Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another edition here of the OSC 2025 mid-season playoffs. I'm of course your side VIP with you and joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by our plushies as well. Welcome one and all to a momentous event here. Welcome to the OSC mid-season playoffs. If for those that are unaware, for those that are maybe tuning in for the first time and are somewhat familiar but maybe not fully with OSC, they are an organizer, a tournament organizer that do host many events like the OSC King of the Hill, OSC Rising Star. They also partner with a lot of online tournaments, and because of that, a lot of online tournaments actually provide OSC points, which allow players to gain points to be able to apply or to be able to be ranked, of course, and they are able to qualify and invited into these major tournaments like this. This is almost like the equivalent of, say, I Am Katowice, but for the online tournament scene. And we have been working through this for 2 months. It's been a while here, but the event has been slowly taking place. Did begin back in May, for Jesus. That was pre-EWC, papi. Ay. And we are here to crown our champion. Oh boy. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys don't have a look at yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we have some catching up to do here very quickly. Okay, from the top, bam. Let's go. Let's catch up on that bracket. Also, it's today's second cast of the day. It's 1 p.m. Pappy and I finished casting this morning at 7 a.m. with my assist of the game, and I slept as much as I could because we're gonna do it all again. We have some more maestros later on this evening. That's gonna be at 3 a.m. So 3 a.m. casting. Let's go, Pappy. Let's go. Oh, the StarCraft. For now, though, we have the OSC mid-season playoffs, and you can see this is the upper bracket, and we had some insane results coming in, of course. Quickly scrolling on over. We have some sick lineups. We had Solar, we had Spirit, MaNa, Cham, Beyond, SKillous, SHIN, and Bunny. Out of all these players, Cham, he went crazy. Cham took down Solar 2-1. Cham took down MaNa 2-0. Cham, then scrolling over a little bit here, took down Bunny 3-1 as well. And Cham, he is the player waiting in the grand finals. Out of all players, Cham, El Chamaco, papi, he's crazy. Out of all players, he's waiting in the grand finals. Waiting for who? Waiting for these players here in the lower bracket to catch up to him. We have MaNa versus SHIN, we have SKillous versus ShoWTimE. Those are going to be our 2 upcoming matches. Then the winners play against each other. Then the winner of that goes up against Bunny, as of course Bunny was knocked down from the earlier series. And then the winner of all of that goes up against Cham in the grand finals. Here we go. So we do have a plethora of matches ahead of us here. We have 5 series. Also a reminder, these are going to be best of 5s moving forward. It's going to be a long one, Pop. We got 4 best of 5s and 1 best of 7 to end the broadcast to crown our champion. Let's go. For the time being, up first we do have MaNa versus SHIN. I don't think this is a rematch. I believe they miss each other. Yes, earlier SHIN, he actually got knocked down by Bunny. So SHIN got knocked down by Bunny, MaNa got knocked down by Cham. So they have not faced off against each other yet until now. Of course, SHIN was able to eliminate Beyond from the tournament previously. We'll see how he fares against MaNa, who has been so unpredictable as of late. MaNa, I feel like, especially for those that maybe haven't been watching diligently StarCraft over the past 9 months, MaNa, he for a long time was in the middle of the pack. You know, I'm thinking of 2023 COVID era of StarCraft. MaNa, he was around the middle of the pack when it comes to European Protoss, but nowadays he is at the top. Nowadays MaNa, he has excelled so much in every matchup. He's been getting better results, beating players like Clem, beating players like Max. MaNa has been looking insane, and I wouldn't say that he's the favorite player here, but he has it in him to take maps and to take series. It's one of those things where you can never count MaNa out. But here we go. Game 1. And game 1 of this best of 5, we're going to be jumping into Ultra Love. Let's go. Are going to be jumping in. That's what MaNa's charged up. Exactly, that's the thing. He's got to charge up back. True. Then bam, knock someone out. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, speaking of, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is MaNa. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Wavell Gaming WBG. It is SHIN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVP. As for the time being, we are We're going for the cannon rush. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Again, MaNa, he has been cannon rushing quite a lot as of late. And it looks like that trend will continue here as well. As the cannon rush is upon us, Pylon is going to be thrown down. If you recall, we did see a MaNa cannon rushing, I want to say during Masters of the Game, during the preliminary stage as well. MaNa's an animal as of late. Jesus. Well, let's go. So far, SHIN is unaware. SHIN, he has the first overlord being sent across the map. The second overlord should be checking the natural base location as the cannon rush is upon us. We have the gateway being thrown down. The cannon's going to be on the way. The goal here is to shut down, to force a cancel, and even contain SHIN on this 2-base setup. We'll see if he can be contained. SHIN does try to slip out. And SHIN, he will finally get eyes on the cannon rush on the setup. So SHIN, he does get eyes on the gateway, on the cannon. Behind this, he went again, hatch gas pool, gas seal in the main. Oh, very, very frustrating to deal with here, but the gas seal has arrived. I do actually really appreciate that MaNa, he actually held on to the gas seal until it was revealed, right? He didn't show his hand early, as a gas seal is typically indicative of a cannon rush. So with that, the cannon will complete. We've got one cannon, second cannon's on the way. And SHIN, he will slip away. Okay, he does escape with the drone. Does escape, which means he can expand at the third location. Hatchery taking a lot of damage. Zelda's being cornered as we speak. And we're going for one base roach, which means the gas geyser means that much more. We need the gas. We need that gas. So roach runs in production. This hatchery will go down. And we can see SHIN hiding his drone here off towards the right-hand side. I mean, I don't think he's going to... I mean, he can't really afford a hatchery at the moment. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to cancel. Lings, they will say bye. Okay. Lings, they sit by the cannon. Hatchery does tank as best they can. And back at home, the wall is open. MaNa, we got to get ready here. We have a forge. We have a cybercore. We need defensive cannons. Or even just a recall. Even then, though. He's trying to wall up. Stargate, Pylon, Lings have arrived. They can focus on the buildings. Zella's racing back home. But that Stargate, it's going to go down. The Stargate, it's going to be... That's shit, he's going to get in. He's going to get in, but he does bust in. He does force a cancel. Pylon finishes. Zelda's arrived. And the Zella will be surrounded. Oh. Zealots will go down. And the second Zealot does swap out to defend. Just in time was recalled. So was recalled over. So MaNa does hold, but a costly hold. Stargate is heavily delayed. Throws down a second pylon and no expansion, not yet. And behind this, we have SHIN massing up Ravagers to eventually break out. Let's go three. Let's go 3 Ravagers so far. Has 3 Ravagers. SHIN getting a 4th. Oh! Brings down one of the cannons. Now going for the other. Nice control out of SHIN. He saves the roaches. And he breaks out. With that, he breaks out. And the scary thing here, the Stargate should have been done by now. It isn't. Which means there's no Oracle. There's no Void Ray. Which means this army can move out across the map and can wreak havoc. Okay, Oracle's being cornered as we speak. Meanwhile, SHIN, he is saturated somewhat on one base. There we go. He's droning. Okay, he's droning up. SHIN, he's aware of the backup Stargate. And we'll see if he has enough to defend. Now, what's really interesting here is that he actually pulls out of gas. You can see here, he has no gas in the second gas geyser. He only has 2 mining gas on the right-hand side as well. He is hyper-fixated on mineral income because he plans on macroing out of this. Like, he's not going for, like, a roach all-in or anything. He's droning up as hard as he can. Spores are on the way. The Oracle is likewise rushing across the map. But the spores, it looks like they're going to be ready in time. It's going to be close. Spores done in the main. Spore here at the natural still needs more time. Yeah, needs a couple more seconds. 1, 2, 3 drone kills. 4 drones even. Four drones go down. MaNa going for the ninja. Going for the ninja base. Let's go. Este MaNa, papi. He's crazy. He knows how to play Protoss. True, true. You know, here comes the Twilight Council. So you're going to be taking out of this in towards Blink, I would imagine, potentially charge. A delayed Void Ray, at least to hunt down Overlords, deny vision, deny scouting. But this is a really awkward game state for MaNa, for sure. Very awkward. As it is for SHIN. But SHIN is stabilizing. Oracles, they move in once again. 2 Oracles, they can one-shot drones. They head for the main base. And they go for the mineral line. They get 1, they get 2 drones. Oh my god. Oracle takes a lot of damage. Does pull away. And we have confirmation blink. So +1, a blink on the horizon here for MaNa. Getting into his standard follow-up. Oh. Gets 1 more drone. And MaNa, he is getting his ninja base up and running. Now, the purpose of hiding your 3rd base like this, twofold here. Ideally, you want to try to fake out like a 2-base all-in and try to force an overreaction out of SHIN, or you want to make your opponent believe that they're further ahead than they really are. Regardless, the base is going to be safe. If it was thrown down here on location, there's a higher chance that SHIN would have forced a cancel. So MaNa for now is getting away with it. Pokes in, 2 more drones. This is slowly adding up. 10 drone kills in total. And the 3rd base is fully saturated. So MaNa, he has a decent economy. SHIN, he is still not quite droned up. He's still getting there.
Your forces are taking damage. Terrible damage.
Every time. God damn it, SHIN. SHIN, he fans out.
Talk about BM.
God damn. He does put the 3rd. He does put the 3rd base. He does see that it's just now thrown down. In SHIN's mind, he might be thinking that this is acceptable. He could try to apply pressure to punish. But right now, SHIN is behind. Economically, he is behind. He's in a worse place. Even if he cancels this, I mean, at SHIN, he's going to need more damage. And SHIN is waiting for his upgrades. +1, roach speed. Yeah, Hydrogen's on the way. We're taking up. So this is indicative that SHIN, he's going to be expanding. He's going to be droning. He's going to be teching. He's not applying pressure because he probably feels like he doesn't need to, right? He saw the timing of the 3rd. He sees how late it is. He's like, oh, I'm good. Like, I'm good. I'm ahead. Like, let's go. When really he's anything but. When really there's a fully saturated base here up and running. Providing MaNa with more resources. Gases can soon be taken, and with said gases, then we can start working towards splash damage, whether it's Colossus or Storm. Can I get by either one? See in chat, what announcer back does SHIN have? That's Diva. That's Diva. Ah. Este shit. Oh, there's the Void Ray goes to extend. Snipes the Void Ray. So snipe, MaNa does rotate. With this, he already has Blink. Takes away, shuts down the Lings. And again, he wants that 4th. And he has, oh, crazy Blink though. Yeah, he blinks into the Hydras. Raptor gonna go down. He does take some biles to the faces. That was not it. MaNa, calm down. Yeah, that was a wild blink. He blinks in. That will cost him 8 stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. That was not worth it. He got 8. He lost 8 stalkers for 1 Raptor and 1 Roach. MaNa, calm down. As MaNa is reinforced. I mean, he still has a large army to work with. Breaks through all the Lings. Now getting on top of Roaches. Again, MaNa just getting too impatient earlier. And with that, SHIN is holding. SHIN, he's holding on. Waits out of stasis. Oh, he scouts for the first time. He wasn't looking, but he does actually find the Nexus. He's now aware of the Ninja Base, and MaNa, he should not hold on to it. Especially after all those losses. Now SHIN knows to apply pressure. He knows to move out. And he's coming for the ninja base. Ay, ay, ay. MaNa, he has to evacuate. And the Nexus is going to go down. And again, because of the earlier losses, now he will lose the expansion. And SHIN, he can just move out from here. He can just send that from here. Storm is going to be a factor, true. Storm is about to finish. How many High Templar do we have? 2. Only 2 High Templar. That's not a lot of storms. SHIN, he's still taking up, but taking into lurkers. Oh. This goes off. Lurkerton is on the way. Hive is on the way as well. SHIN taking up. And with that, SHIN coming in from multiple angles. Collapsing on the Stalkers. Here come the Storms. One Storm connects with 2 Hydras. There's about 2 Storms left. Denies the expansion. Storms that mainly is anyway. Yeah, they're not connecting. They're not connecting. Not the way they need to. We have one more Storm. Doesn't use it. MaNa forced further back. Oh, God, the Oracles get thrown away. Yeah, and with that, SHIN has that. Show we have a couple of Storms connecting, and we have more Storms coming in thanks to the NG overcharge. But SHIN, he spreads well. He splits, Pat. He splits. Behind this doesn't need lunkers. He just steps forward and breaks into the third base. And MaNa had a quirky game here. Remember, it all began with a cannon rush, by the way. Started with a cannon rush, then into ninja base. And he got away with it, but alas, had some questionable blinks, some questionable fights. He went full patience, Pat. Yeah. And with that, he has been broken. 27 probe kills. There's barely a Stalker army left. Down to what, 4 Stalkers? And a 3, 2, 1, and 0. With that, we have been reinforcing. We have a semblance of an army here outside of the natural, but the third base goes down. MaNa is knocked down to 2 bases. Hey, +3 is soon to complete. True. The upgrades, though. Will soon have +3. Well, there's only so much that upgrade can do for you. As here come the lunkers. 12 lurkers morphing in. Is there any detection? The answer is no. There's 0 detection. I mean, there's a cannon. I was going to say there's a cannon, not even. There's no cannon. GG gets called, and SHIN takes game number 1. Whew. GG. SHIN does take a lead in the series, and with that, we are now getting into our next game. Again, it was a quirky start out of MaNa going for the cannon rush, and there was definitely some strong moments there for MaNa as well, but in the end, SHIN was able to recover, able to bounce back, and with that, we have a 1-0 lead for SHIN. Let's go. Jump into game 2. Game 2 here is going to be on Sandworm. So again, these OSC events, they do feature an extended map pool. So there was a voting period, and players did vote on maps to add to the map pool. One of those maps was Sandworm. Let's go. Let's go. This is a TLMC 20 map. We've featured many games on this map in the past, especially during the voting period and the voting process. But here we go. Spawning in the top, or in the bottom left-hand corner of Sandworm, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. We have the Polish Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is MaNa. And spawning in the top side of Sandworm, we have the South Korean Zerg. We have the red Zerg. Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. We go. And so ZVP does continue. Welcome one with Sandworm against Sandworm as we're moving on with probes. Okay. We're cannon rushing. I see. As we are moving out with 2 workers, and we are cannon rushing once again. Sandworm was one of those maps, one of the finalists, even one of the top map picks to be voted on for the TLMC. Alas, barely did not make the cut to actually be a part of the ladder map pool, but was still a fan favorite nonetheless, so players did vote on it to be featured here in this tournament. Meanwhile, the pylon is thrown down, but this time we have a much earlier scout. The Overlord is already here in position. More pylons being thrown down, the boys are being pulled. And SHIN, can he break through? So far, he's got 5 drones here on the first pylon. So this pylon will fall. Oh my god. Yeah, from here does not get on top of the cannon. Cannon is getting up. Oh no! As the drone gets surrounded, backup cannon gets denied, and now there's no more workers. Oh, I spoke too soon. The first probe went down, there's one probe left. As long as this probe gets zoned away, there won't be any more cannons, which means MaNa cannot actually lay siege upon the natural. This cannon's too far back. The cannon is far too back. It's not within range. But MaNa's not done. He's oh god, he's not. It's gonna cost SHIN a couple of drones, but worth it. Well worth it. He kills the probe. We do have a third probe on the way. MaNa, he's committing even harder here, but the cannon rush is heavily delayed. From here, spine coolers. There we go. Spine coolers are in production. SHIN just now taking gases. That's gonna be 3 cannons on the way, but the spine coolers should be enough. Alongside these Zerglings. Jesus, that's 4 cannons. Oh my god. That's a lot of cannons. Zealot's here to support as well. MaNa, can he still pull this off? Spine cores, they need a little bit more time. Lings are rallying, more spines on the way. Taking just buying time for the spine cooler. Yeah, the first spine cooler is going to go down. And MaNa, he's shutting down these spines. They're going to fall. Yeah, they're taking too many hits. They're taking too much damage. Ugh, spine calls are being denied, and MaNa, he's doing it. The delayed cannon rush, again, the spines were a little bit too late. They were denied. That's a kill that are cancelled. There's 1 spine crawler left, and the hatchery is going to fall. This was a big investment from SHIN to save the base, and he doesn't save it. He fails to save the expansion. As the final spine caller goes down, GG gets called, and MaNa, he will cannon rush the hell out of SHIN and tie things up 1-1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, SHIN, initially, he shut it down well by killing both probes. It looks like SHIN was overconfident. Looks like he was a little bit overconfident, so he was more lax when it came to the second wave of cannon rush. But even though it was delayed, the cannon rush does pop off, it does overwhelm, and with that, MaNa will make a series out of this. We have a back and forth. Let's go. Let us go. We're going to be getting into MaNa here for game number 3, and the question becomes: we've seen MaNa cannon rush twice now. Do we keep cannon rushing? I feel like it's probably ill-advised to cannon rush here on MaNa because of how large the map is, but I mean, we'll see. It might just be all that he goes for, just pure cannons. True. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of MaNa, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid, tying up the series and moving out with his probe. It is MaNa. And spawning in the top side of MaNa, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg, Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. And we're moving out with not just 1, with 2 probes. Here we go. Pylon is still on the way. This is going to be a much earlier rush here from MaNa. She also go back at home. There's a cannon, and here's the cannon rush. Now, because of the earlier probe, it looks like we force the unnatural out of SHIN, so SHIN forced to expand elsewhere. Where cannon was setting up the cannon rush. In between the bases, of course. Now, there's pros and cons to this, as this will get scattered. The big con, of course, is that the cannons that are being set up here won't be able to threaten the base. The hatchery will get up and running. Will not be threatened. As boys are being pulled. SHIN does pull the boys. Gets on top of the first pylon. Yeah, a little bit indecisive as the probe is going to be pushed out by the cannon. Let's go. I believe the drones are here to zone away to make sure no cannon gets up at the actual expansion. But despite that, this will get up and running. Probe goes back in. SHIN is ready. Again, SHIN just ensuring that his natural base is safe. And these cannons, again, they aren't really threatening anything. They do at least ensure that SHIN can't actually rush past with Lings, and he can't run across the map, at least not with his main base production. There's a gas steal in the main. There's that gas steal. And MaNa, how can he threaten this expansion? I mean, we'll have a Zealot. Oh, the 2 probes. They almost get a drone. That does cost him a probe. 1 probe goes down. Zealot into the mineral line, denies mining. At least until the queen arrives. Oh, nice control out of SHIN. But now we have a second Zealot. As link speed is on the way, SHIN is still pulling into gas. Going for the Baneling Nest, unscouted. Going for the Bane Bust. He's going for the bust. Yeah, so far, MaNa, I mean, he's trading well with these Zealots, but they are getting quite low. Yeah, the Queen putting in a lot of work. Nice control with the Queen. Stalker has arrived. The Zealot pulls away. The Zealot survives. Oh, no. This is getting a bit out of hand. That's the Queen is going to be hunted down. MaNa, he's on top of the natural. Zealot just hopped up. And now with another Stalker. Okay, we're trying to break out. We're trying to break out. So Lings, they do rush forward. They're coming in for the surround. And they will catch it. Yeah, they catch the Stalker. They catch the Zealots. Very nice surround. Alas, if MaNa had the support of these cannons, different story. But now he's down to 2 Stalkers. Yeah, Zealot gets surrounded. So do the Stalkers. And with that SHIN, he breaks out. He breaks out. He shuts down the cannons. Shuts down the cannons, shuts down the army, and with that SHIN, he does break out. Things are looking a little bit dicey, not gonna lie, but that surround was it. Honestly, if you didn't surround that army, if the army was actually on top of the ramp with the rest of the side defense, I'm pretty sure MaNa holds. And MaNa could have kept this going. But remember, back at home, there is nothing to defend. We have 1 cannon, and SHIN can Bane Bust. Can, but he's set up to Bane Bust. All the gateways. Here, floods across the map. Now we do have a full wall, so Banelings are gonna have a harder time actually getting on top of the cannon. Full wall is set up. Oh, I spoke too soon as the wall is open. Oh, yeah, the HP is low. He can get on top of the gateway. The gateway is gonna go down. And here come the Banelings. Here they come. 9 Banelings in production. And the wall is that much more weaker, that much more vulnerable. Once again, it can just be targeted down. SHIN just ensuring that it's just going to be a pylon. And here come the Banes. As they break on through, they bust through the cannon. Getting inside the pylon, depowering everything, and there is no production. There's no production back at home. Everything gets depowered. Our chosen pylon goes down, and we flood into the mineral line. The probes, get out of here. Banelings, they force a split. They deny the kind of mining, and GG gets called. SHIN, he does take a lead in the series, a 2-1. Whew. GG. That was dicey. That was that was not the cleanest game from SHIN. Things looking dire there. We saw that MaNa, he was taking over the natural, was getting damage done, denying mining time until the mass surround came in. SHIN, he was banking up his lings until he could collapse on the army. We saw that when by the time the MaNa realized what was happening, it was a little bit too late. He tried to rush up the ramp. He tried to rush back to his cannon and shield battery, but he was a little bit too late. And with that, he got shut down. GG. Yeah. GG, well played. With that, we're getting to game number 4, and we'll see if SHIN can close it out here and now, or if MaNa can force the ace match. Let's go. MaNa's wild. He's crazy. MaNa. He's lost his mind, fam. He's lost his mind. As sporting in the bottom right corner of Last Fantasy, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, can he fight back? Can he bring us to the ace match? It is MaNa. And spawning in the top side of Last Fantasy, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG, getting cannon rushed again as the probes do fan out. It is SHIN. So shout to MaNa because he's committed. Like, he is committing every game, every single game. Here comes the Forge. MaNa, he fans out the pros. Remember, this is a 3-player sport map, so he's trying to look for his opponents. He does find SHIN. Does find him. The probe does reroute. And again, after it happening so often, SHIN, he's now looking for the cannon rush. Even sends down a drone early. At this point, it's worth it. He's checking behind his natural. Ooh, doesn't find the cannon rush yet. It's further back. But SHIN, he's looking. He's like, this guy's crazy. He's gonna cannon rush again. He finds it. Yeah, he does find it this time. He finds it early. With that, he does wedge that cannon further back. Behind this, boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. We have another cannon rush setting up. Now, this cannon, ideally, SHIN wants to force this cannon to finish because it's going to lock that probe down. And that's going to be one less worker to worry about. So the probe is going to be locked down behind the cannon. There we go. Cannon finishes. Ooh, but does actually cover the second cannon. Okay. Okay, it's working out here. But that's only one probe. And you can see he does cancel MaNa again. He forces a cancel on the hatchery. Let's go. That's all he wanted. Does force a cancel. SHIN is on one base, but no gas steal. No gas steal. One of the probes was locked down. So no gas steal on the main base, which means SHIN, he can go into roaches. Probe Scout does confirm. MaNa knows. He's where the roaches. Oh, going for the hatch block across the map as well. Let's go. SHIN, he goes to the proxy hatchery. Does go for the hatchery. Forcing defensive cannons. And that is going to weaken this position. More roaches on the way. And here come the 3 Ravagers. Yeah, 3 Ravagers already here. SHIN getting a little bit of supply block, but he does handle it. And so, well, there's no shield barriers with this, so he can stop. He just ignores it. he just walks across the map. Doesn't even care about it. Oh, he'll take some hits. Does walk across. This also means that there's not really much at home to defend. Stalkers, they poke in. But there are some reinforcements. MaNa, it looks like he will snipe the Overlord. Supply blocking SHIN. SHIN at the same time, the hatchery is done and going for the cannon. Yeah, it does go for the cannon. The cannon does go down. And we've been here before. There's a recall back home, so Stalkers, they recall back. Halon's gonna fall, but hey, with 3 Stalkers, MaNa can hold. Can hold, John. Supply block SHIN. Say that again, those 3 Stalkers are getting very low. Boys are being pulled. Ravagers, they pull away in time. Nice control by SHIN. He saves the Ravagers just barely. Ooh, snipes one of the Stalkers. 2 Stalkers left. Down to 2. Down to 2. Oh. Yeah, and Lings have arrived. We're trying to pull the boys. We're down to the final 2 Stalkers once again. Oh, gets one of the Ravagers. He gets one. Alas, it's still not worth it for the MaNa. He's gonna lose everything. Every Stalker goes down to a couple of boys. And SHIN, he has done it. A crazy series with non-stop cannon rushes. In the end, SHIN, he survives the cannons. I could definitely see a world where this could have gone the distance and gone to the ace match. I'm still thinking about MaNa, for example, but GG gets called, and SHIN will take the series 3-1, knocking MaNa out of the tournament. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Shin. He does claim the series. A very, very intense and very fast best of 5, as MaNa went for a cannon rush every single game. He had some success, and again, there were even some games where he could have still brought it out, still brought it home, and even forced an ace match here. Alas, Shin does survive the aggression, does survive the chaos that is MaNa here tonight, and Shin will claim the series. Congratulations to Shin. He does advance on to the lower bracket semifinals. Meanwhile, the question becomes, who will play versus Shin in those lower bracket semis? We're about to find out, as up next we do have a ShoWTimE versus SKillous in a PvP. No, Jesus. So Shin is going to be going up against another Protoss player. Which Protoss? Yet to be determined. Yet to be determined here. ShoWTimE and SKillous are going to be facing off. They are some of the best Protoss players in all of Europe. When we think of the top 3 in Europe, we think of MaxPax, ShoWTimE, and SKillous. Do you think of all 3 of them? And with that, we'll see how ShoWTimE and SKillous fare against each other. Now, ShoWTimE has been looking very impressive as of late. We've even seen ShoWTimE have a winning record against MaxPax at times. SKillous, likewise, has also been working on improving, has also been grinding as well, of course. Did travel to FVL, to Fusion Esports League. But we'll see how he compares to ShoWTimE. Just catching up. Nice stay promo, guy. Giving us NA some nighttime SC2. I mean, we're usually live at around... I say that. We're usually wrapping up at around this time, right? We're usually wrapping up the cast around this time. But we do typically cast, you know, once for EU, once for NA. We try to, at least. We try to. But it's been an intense week. It's an intense week of StarCraft. Non-stop StarCraft. Let's go. Let's go. As we're getting into our next series here. Oh, game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. Okay, we mentioned earlier that the map pool is extended here for this tournament. We do have an extended map pool. We saw Sandworm earlier briefly because of the cannon rush, but likewise we are also going to be featuring maps like Oceanborn and Spirit Crusher as well. Let's go. What? Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the red Protoss player. We have the German Protoss representing Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player. With the blue Protoss, we have the Protoss player for Team Liquid. It is SKillous. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this PvP. As a reminder as well. Oh. Hold on. I'll fix it up. As a reminder as well, the winner of the series plays against Shin. The winner does play against Shin in the next round. Do just need a moment. There we go. There we go. So predictions are now open. Best of luck in the chat. Whew. Best of luck. And so far, we are going to be going for our openers. Looks like 2 gate openers all around. And 2 gate opener out of ShoWTimE, 2 gate opener out of SKillous. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. So many bangers this week and more to come, for sure, for sure. Right, we just wrapped up with the StarCraft Evolution Championship, the SEL Season 2 Championship. We have Maestros of the Game, which is throughout the entire weekend. We just covered day 1 this morning. This morning was day 1, like 7 hours ago. Oh, we are going for, oh my god, great minds think alike. SKillous and ShoWTimE. They both throw down the second pylon out on the map in very similar locations. And we might just proxy robo each other. And this might just turn into a 1 base all in versus 1 base all in. Let's go. Show us the robo. Cybercore is still on the way. Cybercore is done. Huh. There it is. Proxy robo out of ShoWTimE and SKillous. Proxy robo out of SKillous. We have mirrored builds completely to a T. ShoWTimE, his is like a couple of seconds faster. Ooh, as SKillous, he does not go up the ramp. We are now scouting each other. We'll soon confirm that the pylons are missing. We'll soon confirm that something is wrong. So ShoWTimE, he goes in. He'll get eyes that the pylon is just now in production. So again, this is not quite lined up. Both players recognize that their second pylon is missing. There should be 3. And so far it was a double adept out of SKillous. Meanwhile, we had Stalker adept out of ShoWTimE. Building on more Stalkers, Immortal production has begun. Oh, he scouts! ShoWTimE, he fans out. He does find the proxy. He will find SKillous. He is aware. SKillous also knows he's been scouted. That's a big advantage here for ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE knows. SKillous does not. See the chat. Bet predictions would have closed by now. If you missed them, you missed them, man. They were open. Oh. ShoWTimE, nice catch. He gets one. He gets a Stalker already. Massive pickoff. At the same time, SKillous, he's rushing across the map. Where are we headed? What's the plan? SKillous' own Immortal is waddling across as well. We're going for a pseudo base trade. SKillous pushing up into ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE pushing up into SKillous. Oh. Going for the pylon. Pylon does go down. Hitting with the army. At the same time, SKillous also pushing up into the main. Depowers the gateways. Okay. Gateways depowered. ShoWTimE, he cannot warp in. He's got one gateway at home. He has one gateway. Boys are being pulled. SKillous making a stand. The pylon also goes down, also depowered. SKillous does not have a gateway. Uh-oh. He has no backup gateway. ShoWTimE, he has force fields. He turns away the army. He can force field the ramp. Does recall back home. Recalls back home. ShoWTimE, he will defend. Deflects the army. SKillous, he can go back to repowering his buildings. ShoWTimE coming in from behind. Oh, he's trying to. Nice force field. Does force field. The Immortal gets low. ShoWTimE, he will lose one of the gateways. Oh. Nice control. Yeah, control as well. The Immortal's getting low. GG gets called. ShoWTimE, he will hold. He will defend. And ShoWTimE does take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A very intense game 1 here. 1 base versus 1 base. We saw that ShoWTimE had the added advantage, of course, of scouting his opponent. On top of that, he depowered all of the production, so he actually could reinforce. SKillous could not, right? SKillous, he could not reinforce his army. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE was at least able to warp in a unit at a time. With that, ShoWTimE was able to make a better stand, a better defense, and with that, we get into game 2. ShoWTimE has a lead, but it's the best of 5, and it's a PvP. Let's go. I'm ready for the back and forth. I'm ready. All good, all good. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of MaNa, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is a ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. Down to the series, it is SKillous. Here we go. Go. So players are setting up. Now, do we do it again? Not uncommon to give into these cheeses and proxies here, especially on MaNa. MaNa is the largest map in the map pool, so there are a lot of places to hide buildings, to hide pylons, to hide proxies. I wouldn't put it past our players. Still setting up. SKillous, he is committing. He does move out. He moves out here to the gold base location. And where are we headed? What is the plan? Show us the pylon. Here we go. So this location here is a prime location for our proxy Stargate, as it is right next to the main base, so short rush distance by air. Not by ground, but by air. So again, proxy Stargate makes the most sense. Meanwhile, ooh, ShoWTimE going Gate Cyber Expand. Very greedy build here out of our red Protoss. If SKillous went for a proxy Robo, he could just win the game. Potentially. I mean, obviously, we have seen some defenses with this setup before, but this is hyper greed out of ShoWTimE, and ShoWTimE doesn't even probe scout. So if he was being proxied, he would have no idea. I mean, he has no idea. So 0 probe scout out of ShoWTimE into one of the greediest builds you can go for. Safety shield battery here at the natural. And he doesn't know what's coming his way. He doesn't know that an Oracle is going to be making its way into the main. So ShoWTimE, he's playing greedy and he's playing blind. SKillous, he's here to punish. He does scout. He sees that the base is already done. This is how greedy the build is. Nexus already complete. SKillous should now be expanding. Remember, the build from SKillous is not an all-in. This is not an all-in. This is a way to deal crippling damage to give him a lead to make up for his later expansion. As we have a 3-gate setup out of ShoWTimE. That ups they do run into each other. Oracle's on the way, being chronoed as we speak. So they make their way into the main. 2 left taking 1-shot probes. They get 2 probes already. 2, 3, 4 probes going down, getting up to 5, getting up to 6. Yeah, the force field working against ShoWTimE here. 7 probes. The Oracle goes in. The shield battery's not ready. And this is critical damage. This is becoming critical damage here. It's going to be 9, 10, 11. 11 probe kills. With that, SKillous takes the lead. Even though ShoWTimE did have the faster Nexus, SKillous, he's able to make up for that. As he's still not done, by the way. As here comes another Oracle. Yep, denies mining at the natural. Does deny mining. Doubles back around. Gets a couple of probes. 4, 5, 6 probes going down. 8 probes even, and ooh, he will be punished. He will lose 1 Oracle. 1 Oracle goes down, but 1 Oracle for 19 probes. It's okay. it's pretty worth it if a SKillous. Sure, he lost sword depths as well. And GG. Yeah, GG gets called. That was game-ending damage, and SKillous ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Winding it back. Remember, SKillous did punish, did cripple, did completely shut down ShoWTimE, but ShoWTimE also went for one of the greediest builds you can go for, which was a Gate Cyber Expand straight into the Nexus without a second gateway. On top of that, remember, no probe scout. ShoWTimE, he did not probe scout across the map, so he did not know he was in danger, did not know that something was wrong. So ShoWTimE was insanely greedy that game. GG. GG. With that, we're getting into game 3. We're getting into not quite the ace match, it's a best of 5, but we do have a back and forth. We'll see who takes the lead in the series. Oh boy. Here we go. Up next, our next game is going to be on ley lines. Loading into ley lines. And spawning in the bottom right corner, we have the German Protoss player, the red Protoss for Sentinels, being forced into a tied series. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player for Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Ah, no, the channel points. I mean, ShoWTimE is the favorite player for sure. When I mentioned earlier that when I think of the top 3 Protoss in Europe, I think of MaxPack, ShoWTimE, and SKillous for sure. But there is a little bit of like a delineation between ShoWTimE and SKillous, between the number 2 and number 3 Protoss in Europe. SKillous, he's very strong in his own right, do not get me wrong. And he has beaten ShoWTimE in the past. He can do it again, but again, there's a lot to overcome there. There's a lot more pressure on SKillous, and so far, doing well. So far, punishes the Gamba of ShoWTimE. Does punish. So we now get into game number 3. Now, every game so far, we've had a proxy of some kind. Game 1, both players went proxy Robo. Game 2, SKillous went proxy Stargate. Game 3, Oh, hello. The probe moves out and is rallied to this location. We are setting up for another pylon. Okay, SKillous. But this time, there's a probe scout, right? This time, as opposed to game number 2, ShoWTimE does move out with his probe, but this time he will scout, and he will confirm that the pylon is missing. Pylon is thrown down. ShoWTimE goes in. And again, he can just compare the main base to his own, so he knows that a pylon is nowhere to be found. Now, for all ShoWTimE knows, it could be a proxy robo, could be proxy Stargate, could be proxy gateway, or it could be a fake proxy pylon. It could just be a pylon with nothing alongside it. We can see that SKillous is waiting for the cybercore. We can see that he will commit. Based on its location, it is pretty far away. It looks a little bit more like a Stargate, but never mind. A robo gets thrown down. One base all in. So SKillous is going for the one base all in. ShoWTimE is going for a defensive Stargate before expanding. With this, he can make the Oracle first to force supply back at home to defend for SKillous, and he can also get defensive Void Rays. Void Rays have their place in PvP, but specifically in this situation, defensively, to survive against all-ins. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE is scouting. Again, ShoWTimE, he knows that a pylon is missing, he knows that something is wrong, and he is looking for that proxy. And based on the rally, oh, he won't find it. It's close. You can see he's so close, he's hugging the edge of the map, which commonly proxies are on the edge, but here it's a little bit more in the center, and it goes by unscouted. The prism is on the way. Oh, Adept's getting called out. And again, ShoWTimE, he was so close. So close. ShoWTimE is going to be zoned away. He's still searching. Still checking. Meanwhile, the Oracle is out. SKillous, has he scouted? He has not. Ooh, SKillous doesn't know that an Oracle is coming. Yeah, the Oracle does rush across the map, but back at home, a shield battery is on the way. It's going to be close. At the same time, though, SKillous is going straight for the main. 4 Stalkers, they can one-shot probes. We have shield battery set up here at the ramp, but the ramp does not matter. Stalkers download. At the same time, ShoWTimE in the main. The shield battery's not ready. Probes are going to go down. It's going to be 3, going to be 4 probe kills across the map. Not bad. And hey, that shield battery's coming into play. ShoWTimE is holding. ShoWTimE is holding on. Shout to the shield battery. Does buy some time. Nice juggling out of SKillous. Back at home, 5 probes do 4 skills. Defensive warp in. Ooh, gets a Stalker. Gets one. Gets a Stalker, random sentry rocks up. Let's go. But with that, yeah, ShoWTimE defends. He shuts this down. Again, that shield battery applied. Oh, it did so much for that defense. Oh no! And the prison's being chased down by the Phoenix. The Phoenix will chase down, will completely shut down the proxy. There's no saving that war prison. And that's a massive pick of SKillous. He's hurting. SKillous, he's falling behind. He's down in workers. He has no way to push up the ramp. Remember, there are 2 shield batteries here at the ramp. SKillous, he cannot brute force his way up that ramp. It's not going to happen. Not against this army, not against the Phoenix. As ShoWTimE, he once again shades into the main base, just confirming and just keeping supply back at home for SKillous. SKillous regrouping. Now, with the help of his Warp Prism, he could try to juggle into the main base. True. Oh, is he going to try to expand? Comes back home for a moment. Deals with the Adept. And SKillous, we gotta go. Okay, it's moving out. Back at home, ShoWTimE has a comparable army. Getting his own defensive immortals. He opts not to make any Void Rays, which means that just immortal production is delayed. At least he has the first one. First immortal is out. And the Phoenix does get eyes on the army. Now, with all these sentries, ideally, SKillous, he does want to try to force field the ramp and try to catch out some key units. Unfortunately, ShoWTimE has an offensive Warp Prism, so he can juggle back. He can preserve units, he can kite back. So with good enough control, ShoWTimE should not be losing anything here. Not initially. Oh, the Prism! Prism does overextend. Oh no, the Prism overextends. Prism goes down. GG gets called. No high ground vision, and ShoWTimE will take a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. But again, a solid response out of ShoWTimE. Even though he didn't scout the proxy, he was set up very defensively. Remember, he had 2 shield batteries at his ramp and 1 shield battery in his mineral line, and the shield batteries, they did come into play. With that, despite the fact that ShoWTimE had a smaller army, he was able to pull off a defense, able to buy some time, able to punish SKillous, and claim the game. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive performance there by ShoWTimE, blindly being able to shut down. I say blindly, he knew that there was a pylon, but he gambled himself. Right? He gambled a little bit, assuming that it would be a committed all-in. And with that, takes a lead in the series. Here we go, we're getting to game 4. Game 4 is going to be on Tokamak. Okay, another one of these larger maps. A larger map in the map pool, but SKillous has proxied every game. Actually, ShoWTimE has proxied a little bit as well himself in game 1, for example, but SKillous has gone for a proxy of some kind every single game with mixed results, either proxy Robo or proxy Stargate. Does that trend continue coming into game 4, or do we play macro? Do we play standard? Do we calm down? Let's go. Let us go. This morning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the German Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Sentinels, leading the series 2-1, and 1 game away from claiming the series. It is a ShoWTimE. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, the pressure's on. He has to fight back here, and now to force the ace match, it is a SKillous. Go. So players are setting up. We have our gases on the way. We have our gateways as well. Our eyes are going to be on the initial workers. Hello. Este ShoWTimE. He does fan out with his probe. And where are we going? Here we go. We're headed over towards what looks to be a proxy Stargate location. SKillous. He moves in a similar direction. He finds it. He finds a probe. Yeah, he does find the probe. He denies the proxy. And with that ShoWTimE, he should not get this up and running. It was the initial plan. But they do spot each other. And SKillous, are we still going to commit? Again, they spotted each other. Fake pylon. Let's go. SKillous, he goes for the fake proxy pylon. Now, okay, couple of things here. ShoWTimE, he scouts the main. He scouts the main. He knows, hold up, pylon is missing. Hold up, I saw a probe bottom right-hand side of the map. There must be a proxy. Like, that's the hope here. So SKillous is trying to mind game his opponent, when really the pylon is in the natural. There's no proxy. There's no commitment. There's no shenanigans here from SKillous. ShoWTimE, he moves out with a second probe. He's looking for the proxy. And this is already some nice damage from SKillous, because he's forcing more or less mining time out of ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE, he sees the probe, so he's like, he's on the hunt, Bap. He's on the hunt. Let's go. So ShoWTimE is searching for something that doesn't exist. We have a 3 pylon set up in the main, and SKillous can just expand. He can chill, he can just expand, and he will. So there's a Nexus. SKillous going for a much more economic start. And ShoWTimE is cranking out more stalkers. He's still searching. Yeah, he's still looking for the proxy. 2 probes scouring the map. And now he expands. So he does eventually take a Nexus, but again, it's a delayed expansion for ShoWTimE. So a slight edge for SKillous. Now, what does ShoWTimE have? The army. Right, ShoWTimE, he delayed his Nexus, yes, but he delayed it because he made an extra pair of stalkers, because he was terrified about potentially an all-in, and now he has an army to work with. Right, he's moving out. Stalkers do push. SKillous back at home. He has force fields. Yes, force fields available. Pulls back. Shield battery's almost done. Oh. Shield battery is complete. And SKillous holds. Oh, SKillous he will hold on, and SKillous will enjoy himself a slight economic edge over ShoWTimE. Behind this, going for a very early forge. Oh, very early. And with that SKillous, he can go for a very early +1 timing. So SKillous he's setting up. Setting up, ShoWTimE likewise being active across the map. From here, just moving out, just keeping an eye on SKillous. And SKillous still enjoying that economy, and more importantly, ShoWTimE he scouts the forge. He knows. So he knows that he's behind when it comes to the upgrades. ShoWTime's response here to take a faster third. Okay. Trying to go for a greater economy. Oh, and I mean, when behind, Dark Shrine. Let's go. So going for the proxy Dark Shrine instead over on the right-hand side. I'm loving this pylon setup here, which I believe SKillous had scouts. And we'll see if ShoWTimE can pop off. Now, ShoWTimE is still expanding, but again, a later expansion. SKillous does confirm the base. So it looks like a relatively greedy build. ShoWTimE is shocking around. Now, what's scary here as well for SKillous, one, he went for 2 more gates. Ooh, okay, he's going for a 4-gate blink. Does go for the base, but do you see what I see? I see 0 detection, no robo. This is a 3rd base before the robo, so very greedy here from SKillous. And the reason why he's being greedy is because he sees the greed of ShoWTimE. Oh no, he finds it! He finds the Dark Shrine. He forces the cancel. He does cancel. Nicely done here by SKillous. ShoWTimE at the same time will go for the 3rd. But again, everything was lining up for ShoWTimE, but he fails to hide the tech. Oh, that's a kill. That's a kill. That should not have happened. That's a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus. SKillous was being that much more efficient, but not anymore. And SKillous, we gotta go. Now, the plus side here, +1. Remember, +1 is done, so SKillous' army is superior to that of ShoWTimE. Likewise, he has a larger army because of the extra gateway. Remember, he has 4-gate blink. So a larger army, better army as well with those upgrades, forcing his way in, and he's breaking through. He's breaking through. It's a nice attack defense. The boys are being pulled. ShoWTimE trying to hold on, but it's a numbers game. It was a risk going for the Dark Shrine. It did not pay off. And with that, SKillous will overwhelm. He has greater concave, greater army. 17-7. Bleeding out a couple of soldiers towards the end. Okay. But these soldiers are so low for ShoWTimE. Yeah, just kind of hold on. GG gets called, and SKillous ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We're going to the ace match. Again, a very intense back and forth. SKillous with the initial fake out to take a lead, to be able to go for a very strong timing as well with +1. And ShoWTimE, he tried to counteract that with his own hidden proxy Dark Shrine. But it was found. It was found, it was shut down, and because that proxy Dark Shrine, ShoWTimE, he was stuck on 2 gateways. That's why his army was so much smaller. He only had 2 gateways. His 3rd gateway was proxied, which also got denied as well. So he had less army, less production, and of course, didn't have the upgrade either. GG. GG, well played. With that, SKillous does bring it back, and we're going all the way to the ace match. Oh boy. We're going to game 5. And we'll see how this story ends. This could go either way. Could go completely either direction here. SKillous and ShoWTimE bring us all the way to game 5. Do we see a proxy this time? SKillous, he proxied every game, but this last game he went for a fake proxy pylon. Do we go for a re-one? Let's find out. Let us find out. As we are loading into pylon. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? Can he bring it home? It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself representing Team Liquid, forcing the ace match, bringing us all the way to game 5. It is SKillous. Here we go. As again, we have had a pretty intense back and forth already here. And do we go for another proxy? Because we're in the ace match, do we not risk it? Do we play standard? We have yet to see a standard game. I mean, we got a little bit close last game, but even then we had some quirkiness to it with SKillous' fake out, with ShoWTimE's Dark Shrine. We have yet to settle into a standard mid-game PvP. Hasn't happened, which I'm okay with. Hello. Let's go. ShoWTimE. He hides his probe. He veers off to the right hand side, goes for the Zelnaga, then moves in towards the top right, and this is a prime location for a proxy robo for a 1-base all in. Speaking of, hello SKillous. What's going on? Where we had scouting. Okay, SKillous, he's scouting. I thought he was going here to the 3rd location for a proxy. ShoWTimE is committing. SKillous is not. The pylon is thrown down. SKillous so far in the dark, just on patrol here at the natural. If he went in, he would see the pylon is missing. Like SKillous, he's working with Ingleby Innovation, and it is going to be, my apologies, not a robo, proxy Stargate. Okay, so this is an aggressive build. It is not all in. Not all in, but it is aggressive nonetheless. SKillous, he attempts to scout. Gets into the main, and there we go. Now he knows. Sees that the pylon now is being thrown down. That is a late... I mean, it's not a second pylon, it's a 3rd pylon. SKillous knows this. Back at home, how does he react? Opens sentry, scouting for proxies. He's looking for the setup. Scouting probe goes down. SKillous, he will eventually scout this, true. You will find it eventually. As he's sending out another hallucination. And he... Oh, thank God. He does barely find the Stargate. He knows, he's aware. Back at home, we need a shield battery. He needs to set up in the mineral line, and he needs to expand. So ShoWTimE's own natural base is slightly faster. The Oracle has arrived. SKillous, he's not quite in position. The main base is exposed. Yeah, the Oracle just goes straight in. The main base is completely just barren. Probes are going down, and this is already getting a bit out of hand here. That's going to be 4. That's going to be 5 dead workers. Can we get 6? Not quite. But 5 workers is solid. Especially considering that SKillous, he delayed his own base because he was scared. So SKillous, he's down in workers, and his base is not faster than his opponents. ShoWTimE in a better position. To make up for that, SKillous, he does have a larger army. He has more stalkers, he has more sentries, and he has to make use of it. He has to push out. Now, with good force fields, he can lock down some of the army of ShoWTimE. Lock him down and try to outtrade. SKillous, he's attempting to move in. Attempt. Does attempt to search fire. ShoWTimE, he defends back at home. He has that 5 worker lead. the economy. Likewise, Blink is slightly faster as well, which I don't think is going to be too much of a factor. Like, Blink is only a couple of seconds behind for SKillous. But ShoWTimE is pushing. I'm going to be applying some pressure. No shield batteries here for SKillous. Shield batteries, time to get spotted. There's a recall back home. I mentioned before that I didn't think that Blink was going to be too much of a big deal, but there is, I mean, that window is available, and ShoWTimE, he might use it. Blink is finishing up in 10 seconds. Oh my god, whew, that was close. Stasis grazes the army. ShoWTimE getting a faster third base. And ShoWTimE does pull away. Blink is done. And there is that, what, 15-second window, but alas, doesn't make use of it. ShoWTimE pulls away. Let's putting it close to the chest. Jesus. Almost made it in. Almost. Does he notice? He does. Yeah, he does notice. Nice bait. SKillous controls well. But does he notice the other stages? Oh, no, he doesn't. Yeah, doesn't notice. 3 stalkers get caught, and ShoWTimE, he could try to dive in. ShoWTimE still playing it safe. There we go. There's a blink. Takes down the sentry. Takes down the sentry. Has the greater stalker army. I mean, thanks to the stasis trap. Oh, and he blinks in. Does chase. Oof. Punishing SKillous quite hard. That's 3 more stalkers going down. That ShoWTimE out trades. He defends well. He still maintains that economic lead. SKillous still just now finishing up his third base. ShoWTimE is already fully operational, at least on minerals. And ShoWTimE is getting further ahead. It's getting further ahead here. SKillous, he needs to find some more damage. And GG gets called. SKillous, he cannot keep up. Not against this kind of army. And ShoWTimE, he will claim the series 3-2, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, ShoWTimE. He will claim the series. A very, very impressive play. I'm going to say that it was very close. Very, very close here between ShoWTimE and SKillous. It went the distance, went all the way to that final game, to the ace match. Here, SKillous unfortunately fell behind early on. He fell behind. He lost 5 probes. That should not have happened. Remember, he scouted the Stargate, but he did not deny the damage from being dealt. And as a result, SKillous, he fell behind and he stayed behind. He was never able to recover. That's why he was down in stalkers. And on top of that, some brutal stasis traps as well allowed ShoWTimE to just outtrade and outscale. GG. GG, well played. With that, ShoWTimE does claim the series, and we are getting ready for our next matchup. Up next is going to be the lower bracket semi-finals. As is being stated in the chat, someone's asking who won, SHIN or MaNa. The answer, yes, is SHIN. SHIN did win that series. MaNa, he cannon rushed the hell out of SHIN, and hey, with some mixed results. But in the end, SHIN did come out on top, and with that, we have our next series here. Here we go. So with that, SHIN takes out MaNa, ShoWTimE takes out SKillous, and up next we have a best of 5 between SHIN and ShoWTimE. Oh boy, they are going to be facing off in that best of 5. And yes, MaNa did counter rush every map. he did. You're not wrong, Bab. You're not wrong. For some greater context as well, the winner of this series goes up against Bunny. Oh boy. So again, we're kind of working up towards each other here. We have Bunny waiting for the winner of the series, and then Cham waiting for the winner of that series into the grand finals as well. Yeah. Let's go. Just catching up. Just catching up. SHIN and ShoWTimE, they often go back and forth. already kind of know the dynamic we're going to be seeing here. It's going to be ShoWTimE. His win condition is to build up, in towards a later game. We expect ShoWTimE to be much more defensive. Meanwhile, we expect hyper aggression out of SHIN. We expect him to be the aggressor. We expect him to try to kill ShoWTimE early to stop him from getting out of hand, stop him from reaching his final form. We saw a similar dynamic, of course, last night with SHIN and Classic. So a very similar dynamic. Should be seeing it here as well. Haven't seen Bunny play for ages. Yeah, Bunny, the thing about Bunny is he's just less active. I say less active in the sense that he just plays he doesn't really play in many open cups, right? Like he's not like a Björn or a Classic or a Hero or even a Cure. A lot of these players are very active and they play in almost every weekly. They're very active. Bunny, less so. He plays every now and then in these weekly tournaments. He's still a very strong player, don't get me wrong, but it seems like he has a little bit less time to commit to playing in the weekly cups. Here we go. As game 1 is going to be on Torches. Okay. Torches, one of the more vetoed maps of the map pool. It's one of the quirkier maps as well, and I actually like SHIN's chances coming into these quirky maps. Okay, let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Torches, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. WBG, it is SHIN. And if you're in the chat, quick reminder, it's Gamba time. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open in the chat, so place your bets while you can. You have, I want to say, just over a minute. You have over a minute here to place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will it go the way of ShoWTimE? Will it go the way of SHIN? Best of luck in the chat. So again, reminder, we're rushing. Let's go. I mean, we spoke about it. This is SHIN's map. True. This is his moment as he moves out with the gold base. He rushes into the gold base early on. And with this, we can turn this into an all-in. We can go into an all-in from here. Welcome to Torches. Of course, Torches is one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool. For this reason, we have these center gold bases. We have a short resistance by air, short resistance by ground as well. ShoWTimE, he checks, he scouts, he confirms that the minerals have been mined out. He knows. Now, it is very common to punish this with a cannon rush. I'm curious if ShoWTimE responds with a forge. Just expanding. Yeah, he's just going to expand. Players like Hero, players like Classic, a lot of the Korean Protoss players, if they see this, they throw down a forge and they set up cannons and they just cannon rush and they punish the gold base. Here, ShoWTimE, he instead is setting up back at home. So different reaction, different response. Let's go. As he's able to pylon block and wall off the entirety here of the gold base. Nicely done. Cheeky move at a ShoWTimE. As we eventually mine through the minerals, island is cancelled. And SHIN, he will saturate. A little bit delayed, but does saturate nonetheless. And the pressure is going to be on ShoWTimE to punish this gold. As otherwise, this will most likely turn into an all-in, where you can go into, say, roaches, for example. Right now, we're not staying in gas. We are pulling out, so we can saturate our bases, then we can mine through these patches and commit into an all-in straight into the natural base. Or, at least, SHIN can just take an economic lead and get further ahead. Doesn't have to be an all-in. So we have a Tech of Choice Stargate opener out of ShoWTimE, opening up standard. Likewise, ShoWTimE is on patrol here at the wall to make sure that SHIN doesn't mine through. Which means ShoWTimE, he's not going to really apply any pressure, and we have a Void Ray opener. Interesting. The Void Ray will be hunting down the Overlords and denying vision, denying scouting. But this tells us that ShoWTimE just wants to chill. Okay. Bold move. ShoWTimE, he sees Shin take the gold. He's like, okay, you can have it. I'm gonna do my own thing. Fair enough. I mean, this can still turn into a hidden Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts, or even a hidden second Stargate into a Skytoss Rush, into a Fleet Beacon. There are ways for ShoWTimE to be a little... There it is! Fleet Beacon's on the way! Rushing into Skytoss. Now, the reason why I was going to say that this is good on Torches is because of something we mentioned at the start of the game. What did we mention? Short rush distance by air. Very short by air. So if ShoWTimE can maintain this wall, if he can build up some Tempest, he can push forward. He can shell away at this base. He can push forward into the main base as well. Like, Tempest can have their way in this position if we can get there. Adept does go down. Wings, they're looking to break through. Void Racer across the map. Let ShoWTimE, he will warp in. He will defend. He does defend back at home. Thanks to the Void Ray, the Shin, he's in the dark. He's unaware of what's going on. He's unaware. As the Tempest are amassing, Tectonic Destabilizers on the way. And again, the goal here is to break the gold. Meanwhile, Shin just now moving in. Behind this, Shin is going into a lair. No major tech structure yet. Taking his gases. If he confirms this, yeah, he does. He can respond with a Spire. Can respond, but the Tempest are moving in. There it is. Spire's on the way. Spire, Bailey Nest. We can say turn back to Tempest. More Tempest are building up. So far the Queens are holding their own. A massive lane counterattack does get us around and should force a cancel. It's going to be close. Come on, 2 Zealots are out 2 Adepts. But yeah, that's going to be the cancel. Denies a third. Containing ShoWTimE on 2 bases. Massive pickup. Tempest is slowly moving in. They get a queen. They get a spore. They get 2 queens. Sorry, 1 queen even. Now it gets a second. This Tempest kind of getting out of hand, by the way. It's very much so getting out of hand. As more queens are falling. Spire is still just about to finish. Picking up more queens. Spores, they only buy a couple of seconds, but we need a couple of seconds here with the Corruptors. 8 Corruptors on the way. Bailey's, they bust in. Yeah, Shinny busts into the natural. Goes to the mineral line. And probes are going down. On the one hand, yes, these Tempests are trading very nicely for themselves. But what about the economy? What about the economy here? 19 probe kills. Bailey goes up. ShoWTime's economy is getting crippled. Voiders are amassing. Corruptors are revealed. Uh-oh, they're coming a little bit too soon. They do get a Void Ray though. There's a recall. Oh no, there was rally. No, still rallies in. 21 probe kills. And ShoWTiME, he will throw away a Tempest. Throws it away. This is Shin's moment. He's up against 4 Tempest. Forcing a reaction. Forcing out the Void Rays. Lings, they don't get the third this time. Third base is up. Oh. The Void Rays, they do hold their own. They're the answers to the Corruptors, and we're going mass Void Ray into Flux Veins. Let's go. It's 2022 all over again. 2021 even. Those dark times. PTSD is real. Bad is real. Does anyone remember Void Ray openers into Mass Void Ray into Sky Toss? Every PVZ. Ah. Dark times. Another. ShoWTimE, he's amassing. Of course, the Void Ray is a very different kind of unit since then. It got heavily nerfed, which is why that kind of style died out. Supporters move in. You turn back the Corruptors. They do zone him away. Corruptors, they camouflage head on, not into prismatic alignment. Still going for it though. Gets one. One Void Ray goes down. He's gonna get two. Two Void Rays do fall. And can he just overwhelm here and now? Down to 3 Void Rays. 3, 2, 1, 0. No Void Rays left. And with that, ShoWTimE looks like he will take over the skies. Sorry, SHIN will take over the skies. What I meant to say. As we can completely reset the Sky Toss. Almost completely. Nah, yeah, completely. We're just rallying. We're just rallying in. Kills every Tempest. And everything that ShoWTimE was building up towards this entire game, and now it's down in the gutter. Now there's nothing. There's a couple of Void Rays. He's trying to make a switch into Ground Toss with Charge, with Zealots. With that SHIN, he just get comfortable. He should be the first to max out at this point. He should be the first to max out. The gold base is mining out. He's been taking more bases, now getting another expansion. Here we go. How good are Void Rays without prismatic alignment against Corruptors? Actually, they're not very good at all. But that's also why, ideally, when you go for that kind of engagement, you want to activate only half your Void Rays. Like, Max is decent at this as well. Is you activate half your Void Rays because that zones away the Corruptors, and then when they go back in, you have another half of Void Rays where you can activate. So you don't want to burn all your prismatic alignment at the same time. Otherwise, this happens, where it goes on cooldown, and then Corruptors they can just go back in. Yeah, like here. So prismatic alignment is activated, Corruptors they fully back off, then it runs out, and then there's nothing left. As it is soon to run out. Corruptors, they dive in, and the Void Rays are vulnerable. Yeah, likewise, the Ground Army pushes in as well. And once again, SHIN, who will reset the skies. As ShoWTimE is going to try to stabilize, but the losses have been too much. Losing all the Tempest earlier was brutal, and that's kind of been the nail in the coffin. SHIN, he can't kill ShoWTimE yet, but he's maxing out to do so, right? He's going to be the first to max out. And because of the earlier losses, because that first wave where he lost all the Tempest, like, it's just... Again, everything else was delayed in favor of that, right? The Twilight Council was delayed, the Forge was delayed, the Temple Archives, everything was delayed in favor of Mass Tempest. So to lose that, it just resets everything. That's why these are 0-0 gateway units. Banelings waddling in. They get into the mineral line. Massive connections. And they connect nice Biles. Biles, they zone away the Void Rays. And with that, SHIN will overwhelm. Takes down the base. Takes down the Voids. The Ground Army does hold its own. Okay. I mean, the Immortals, they pop off. But unfortunately, the economy isn't there, so ShoWTimE you can't really reinforce. Even though the Immortals, they trade well for themselves, they can only trade for so long. As every Immortal goes down. And with that, GG gets called SHIN. He will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. SHIN does take a lead. And we'll see. We'll see if he can extend that lead or if ShoWTimE can recover and bounce back. Now, what I should emphasize as well is that this first game isn't really indicative of how this series will unfold, just because it was very quirky because of torches. Remember what happened in this game? SHIN, he rushed into the gold. He rushed into the gold base, so he had a boosted economy. Meanwhile, as a reaction to that, ShoWTimE rushed into straight into double starport, double Stargate, Mass Tempest, then into Mass Void Ray, which you would not see on a standard map, on a larger map. Specifically on torches, it can work better here, and there were definitely some good moments for ShoWTimE when it came to sniping all the queens and recalling back home. He did misrally one Tempest into the army, but unfortunately he just wasn't able to preserve his Tempest against the Corruptors. Wasn't able to save them. With that, that was game then and there. That was game then and there, but here we go. We're getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Ultra Love. Let's go. Let us go. So we are jumping into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Weibo Gaming WBG. It is SHIN. Here we go. As welcome to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is not as crazy, not as chaotic as torches, not by any means, but is still known for aggression. It is known for aggression, shorter rushes and spike ground, at times more exposed areas here in between the 3rd, 4th, and natural, so you can commit. We've seen a lot of German taxis, a lot of roach-based all-ins, a lot of 3-base Hydra-based all-ins as well. We do expect aggression out of SHIN. Meanwhile, we expect something standard out of ShoWTimE. Remember, the only reason why ShoWTimE went for Tempest and went for a crazy follow-up was because of SHIN's build, was because of the gold base. So there's reasoning for that, there was rationale for that. Here, we're leaning more towards Oracle, into a 3rd, into maybe early Blink. I would assume that. Especially on Ultra Love. Don't forget to stretch. Don't forget to stretch. As we have our Zerg player going for a standard opener. We'll soon see our take of choice out of ShoWTimE once we get the Cybercore up and running. ShoWTimE does dip in. Again, just wants to ensure that droning is occurring. SHIN is known for being more aggressive at times, so ShoWTimE has to be all over that. As the 3rd base is being taken. 3rd base, sorry, as the Stargate is being thrown down. ShoWTimE looking for the 3rd. Speaking of 3rd is on the way. ShoWTimE should be able to confirm. And from here, we're coming down. There's the scout. Confirms the hatchery. So dance has begun. Behind this, based on our setup here, we should be looking to expand. We're still waiting for our tech of choice after this. Oracle is on the way. No crazy Void Ray opener, for example. So ShoWTimE is not really too concerned with hiding tech, with keeping anything hidden from the Void Rays. Could still go Oracle into Phoenix. ShoWTimE is quite fond of that, but not this time. Double Oracle. Double Oracle on the way. ShoWTimE does move out. Here comes the third. Back at home, SHIN, he has a spore in the main. He has a spore at the... Ooh, no spore at the natural, but he has 2 queens. So 2 queens are going for the early Evo chamber. This screams +1 melee. So SHIN is going to +1 melee. He's going into a Ling Hydra setup, which means that he will most likely be skipping roaches and skipping the Baneling Nest. Ooh, that is an earlier Twilight Council. Okay. So earlier Twilight Council. Now, if you recall, at the start of this game, I did assume that ShoWTimE was going to go for early Blink. So early Blink is a viable option from here. What does early Blink do? It means that ShoWTimE will have Blink ready for an all-in if SHIN were to go for an earlier all-in. And also, ShoWTimE can hit a timing where he can break the 4th. He can break the 4th base and gain momentum early on. The other option with extra gateways would be Glaive Adepts. So we'll see what it's going to be here. We have a 4-gate setup. Are we going into Glaives or Blink? No Forge yet. Adepts, they get into the middle line, they get 2 drones. We get a 1-to-1 trade. I'll take better for SHIN. SHIN does defend. Oracles, they hit the 3rd, so they hit the natural. Getting another 2. And show us what you got. There it is, early Blink. So early Blink on Ultra Love makes a lot of sense. Earlier we spoke about how aggression is favored on this map, but early Blink does keep you safe. Now, the downside of this build is, as you can see here, late Forge. So the Forge is late, and +1 is going to be delayed as well. So that's the one big downside of this build here from ShoWTimE. Later Forge, later upgrades is going to mean his mid-game is going to be a little bit weaker. And typically, with this early move out, ShoWTimE, you already saw the 4th. His goal should be to break the 4th. Should be. As you see it, SHIN, almost double expanding. SHIN, he hasn't seen the main base, is not fully aware of what's going on. Let's pull away, we're warping in. And ShoWTimE, he sees the 5th. Sees the 5th base. What do we go for? The 5th or the 4th? We got options. Technically, we could get both. We could rotate to the 4th and then rotate back around to the 5th base. And here come those Stalkers. ShoWTimE does move out. SHIN back at him. He's not droning. He does drone up to 61, but he's making a mass amount of Zerglings. And as ShoWTimE moves out, the Lings, they counterattack. They hit the 3rd. They hit the 3rd base, hoping to force a recall. Shield batteries holding. Oracles, they defend. Yeah, the Oracles do defend. Nice defense here by ShoWTimE. He shuts down the Lings, and as a result, the 4th base is under fire. SHIN racing back home to defend. And he will force a recall. Never mind. Tries to blink away. Little Stalker's going to be going down. Rough losses here for ShoWTimE. It's going to be how many? That's going to be 4 dead Stalkers. Sorry, 3. 3 Stalkers do go down for 24 Zerglings. Not a bad trade out of ShoWTimE. But he pulls away, and SHIN, he saves the base. He saves the 4th. Again, the goal here for this build was to deny the 4th base, but SHIN, he gets away with double expanding. So SHIN, he gets away with it. The downside is the drone counts. Remember, SHIN, he cut workers to make this happen, to make all these Zerglings. So that's why SHIN is actually behind economically. But he saves the bases. Oh, this I'm not so sure about. Lings, they kill the Zealots. Oracles are across the map. Uh-oh. Yeah, the Oracles are on home. Lings, they overwhelm. They shut down the side defense. They get on top of the Stalkers. And ShoWTimE, he gets caught with his pants down. Ay, ay, ay. He needed the Oracles. Oracles, they recall back home, but after the damage been done. SHIN, he's popping off with his Lings. He's popping off. And ShoWTimE now in a worse position. Now ShoWTimE falling behind. Losing workers, losing momentum, losing Stalkers, more importantly. That was 5 Stalkers going down. And remember, SHIN is only trading minerals. Only trading minerals. Lings are very cheap. And from here, switching into Ling Bane Hydra. So SHIN is in the driver's seat. He's all over ShoWTimE. And SHIN will be the first to max out. At this point, ShoWTimE has to do one of 2 things. Either turtle up or go for an all-in. And based on all this side defense and knocking down the tower, he's turtling. I mean, no surprises here. It is ShoWTimE, but again, he's made his choice. The goal is to turtle, to be hyper defensive, and to stabilize. And it is possible. Again, ShoWTimE has a more efficient army. Straight up, he just has a more efficient army. And with the help of the wall, with the help of the side defense, like, he can hold on and survive until he maxes out. It's up to SHIN to stop that from happening. So the pressure is on SHIN. Not easy to break a turtling Protoss. We're bleeding out a couple of Hydras. Does catch the Zealots. Another big factor, which is a bit concerning, is that SHIN, he has drones, he has map control, he's maxing out. SHIN is choosing not to tech. If he wanted to, Infestation Pit, Hive, Lurker Den. If he wanted to, he could take up to Lurkers. He's choosing not to. Oh god, Brutal Storms! Lings, they stand in the storms. That's a lot of Lings going down already. That's a lot of Lings falling. Bailings, they come in from behind. They try to. Station Trap going up. More storms going to be connecting into a choke point. Bailings are trying to connect. They're going in. Bailings are rushing on forward. They force out the Archons. No more storms. And no more storms. And SHIN, has he done it? Looks like he's barely broken through. Reinforcements have arrived. Mass Archon is coming in though. Oh my god, jeez. The Archons, they shut down the Lings. Yeah, they move through the Lings. They get on top of the Hydras. And SHIN, he forced himself all in. As he mentioned, he chose not to tech. He chose not to take up into Lurkers, into Hive, into anything else. The Archons were the MVPs. Sure, there were no storms, but man, we didn't need storms. We didn't need them. The Archons, papi. And SHIN, he's falling behind. It's all falling apart for SHIN. As it took storms to the face, stasis traps to the face, the Archons to the face as well. And that lead that SHIN once had, not there anymore. At the same time, top left went down, lost the hatchery, lost the base. SHIN, he got too excited, man. He thought he could kill defending ShoWTimE, but he's Demour. He's the wolf, man. True. SHIN, you're crazy. You're crazy. SHIN. As we do see SHIN, he is remaxing. This time the supply gap is smaller. That's what's terrifying here. And Skytoss. Yeah, Fleet Beacon, another Stargate. ShoWTimE is getting ready for his late game. He's getting ready for Skytoss. He's gearing up and out teching, out scaling. SHIN, we gotta go in. The Bailings, they get shut down. The Hydras are exposed. And again, SHIN is just ramming his face up against a brick wall, and the wall is not tumbling over. It's standing strong, Pap. He's standing strong. Unfazed. And SHIN is falling further behind. He's falling further behind at this point. Fleet Beacon's almost done. Stargate as well. He's getting ready for the Tempest, the Carrier, the Skytoss. It's coming. No, what SHIN can do is deny the 5th. True. He can deny the 5th base. He can contain ShoWTimE, but the reality is a 4-basing Protoss can max out. With Skytoss. Like, he's got what he needs. He's got his 4 bases. They'll say counterattack. They do hit the mineral line. They're on A move, so they're a little bit trapped here. Less than ideal. League Bane rolling in. But High Templar, they... Oh, gets one. One High Templar goes down. He gets 1 Templar. And SHIN is just plummeting in supply. Another storm of the Zerglings. GG gets called as SHIN. He runs out of steam, runs out of army and economy. And ShoWTimE ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. An impressive comeback here from ShoWTimE. SHIN had a really good start. He had a really strong start. If you recall, he was able to deal economic damage. He was able to get on top of the Stalkers, able to punish the Stalkers as well, able to catch ShoWTimE out of position with the Oracles. It was really nice damage. SHIN, he took a lead early on, and what did he do with that lead? He chose to go into an all-in. He chose to go for a lair-based all-in with Ling Bane Hydra. When I say all-in, what I mean is he chose not to drone up past 80, he chose not to take more bases, he chose not to get a hive, chose not to tech into lurkers, he chose to commit into a lair tech, a mid-tier army to end the game. And ShoWTimE, he just defended as hard as he could. he weathered the storm, weathered the storm. He set up with his cannon, shield battery, stasis traps, with the tower being knocked over as well, and with that he was able to pull off that defense. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 3. And we'll see who takes the lead in the series here. We have a bit of a back and forth. Again, SHIN, I'm sure he is kicking himself after that last game because he was in a very strong position early on, but did slip away. And now we're getting to game number 3. Here we go. But again, as we mentioned, this is kind of what we're expecting out of SHIN. We're expecting SHIN, even if he takes a lead, to try to kill ShoWTimE and end it early. Like SHIN, he doesn't want to play the late game. In general, Zerg players, they don't want to play the late game against Protoss. That's just how the meta is at the moment. But you could definitely make an argument there that SHIN could have taken that lead, extended that lead, and beaten him to the late game. That's another approach you could take, but that isn't necessarily SHIN's style. And here we go. Here we go. We're getting to our next game, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of MaNa, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels, tying up the series 1-1. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, or the blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. Here we go. Here we go. As we are setting up, SHIN forces to take the unnatural natural on MaNa. Welcome one and all. MaNa, by the way, is the largest map in the map pool. Longer rush distance by grounds. I do favor ShoWTimE coming into maps like this. Winding it back here, I lean towards ShoWTimE on maps like MaNa, Incorporeal, Tokamak as well. Maps where it is easier to kind of fortify yourself and force a longer and later game. It's these smaller maps where SHIN is favored. Maps like Torches, like Pylon, like Ultra Love. But we just had a game on Ultra Love. And SHIN to take a lead, right? Like, again, like aggression was favored there, SHIN was popping off, but he lost that lead, and it doesn't bode well. Doesn't bode well for the rest of the series. As SHIN, he has to fight back against not just ShoWTimE, but the map as well. Now, the plus side about MaNa is that, yes, it is large, yes, longer rush distance by ground, but because it's so large, the bases are spread out. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th base are very, very spread out. So once you get into a longer mid to late game, you can try to outposition, you can try to pull your opponent apart and out-rotate and potentially break bases. There is going to be that opportunity in a longer and later game. For now, though, we're settling in. For now, we do see SHIN. The opener is a little bit more awkward as he's forced to expand at a more exposed location. We could see ShoWTimE try to punish this. Something to bear in mind here is that ShoWTimE, he is known for standard, more longer macro play, true, but he has it into cheese. 100%. I mean, hey, we saw it against SKillous. It was a PvP, sure, but ShoWTimE, he was also cheesing, he was also proxying. More importantly, if you recall, during the EWC Global Qualifiers, we saw, sorry, the European Qualifiers, ShoWTimE, he played a lot of Adept against Raynor, and he was shutting Raynor down. Time and time again, we saw a plethora of different Glaive Adept builds. I say plethora, he did run out towards the end. I think he had like 2 or 3. I think he had 3 different builds. And he was able to shut Raynor down. So that's also something in the back of my mind, at least, that ShoWTimE has up his sleeve, if he needs to. Like, he can mix things up and he can be hyper aggressive. He can whip it out when it calls for it. For now, We are just running, we're just saturating. Again, Stargate opener into the Oracle. From here, ShoWTimE will take a third base. Winding it back, if you remember, last game on Ultra Love, we saw ShoWTimE go for a faster Twilight Council into early Blink Stalker. It was a much more defensive way of opening up, and if you remember, it led into a timing attack at the fourth base, which failed, by the way. Like, SHIN shut it down, and that's why SHIN took a lead early on. Here we can see that we are in a larger map, so I don't expect to see as quick of a Twilight Council. We're expecting more of a mid-game or more of a macro setup at a ShoWTimE as he opens up Oracle into a Phoenix. Let's go. Phoenix follow-up here. With this, we can hunt down Overlords. We can hunt down Overlords, and we can also try to micro against Queens, pick them up, and allow the Oracle to get more damage. This is a style that ShoWTimE is very fond of, going for the Phoenix. Meanwhile, nice scout. Stasis trap into the main base. ShoWTimE doesn't get much done. Actually, he forces a cancel on the Evo Chamber. Okay. What I was about to say, early Evo Chamber is indicative of +1 melee of Mass Ling, but does force a cancel as he got scouted. So SHIN was scouted. SHIN does cancel. And does that mean that SHIN is going to play Roaches? Lair first. Okay, SHIN, he does go Lair first at the natural. Interesting. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE going for another stasis. Oh! Gets 2 drones. Gets 2 workers. Now, with a faster lair, this could be a rush into Hydras. Technically, on a larger map like this, maps like Maganatha, Incorporeal, Tokamak, this is where Mutaplay is more viable. We have 8 adepts moving out. Ling production is delayed. Uh-oh. SHIN, who was tunnel visioning a little bit. Lings, where are they? The Lings are being shut down. Remember, these are vanilla adepts. And so far, trading well. It gets into the middle line. It's going to be 3, 4, 5 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Getting up to 6. It's getting out of hand. As Lings, they will clean this up, but there won't be a counterattack available. Stays into the main. Well, ShoWTimE does react. Sorry, SHIN does react. He pulls away. SHIN pulls away. ShoWTimE, he shades into the third, gets another drone. 8 drone kills in total. Nice damage here by ShoWTimE. Oh no, the stasis does connect. The stasis pops off, does catch off the mineral line, and back at home, ShoWTimE is not going into blink, he's going into charge. He's going for a more aggressive follow-up. Okay. He's going for an earlier +1 charge timing. Not blink stalker. He's going for another stasis. SHIN is distracted. Oh, once again does catch a portion of the mineral line. That's 6 drones getting caught. Oh, the Phoenix is thrown away. That was not meant to happen. But overall, ShoWTimE is in the driver's seat. He's in the driver's seat here. And again, he'll have a very strong time with charge, with +1, with storm as well. Here comes the gateway explosion. And the biggest problem here is that SHIN doesn't know. And why would he? The Phoenix. Remember, the Phoenix was hunting down Overlords the entire time. So no scouting, not yet, not out of SHIN. The other scary thing, of course, is that these charge-based builds can struggle against Roaches. They can struggle against Roach-heavy styles. They struggle against Roaches, they struggle against Ling Bane as well. Ling Bane is also an answer. But what do we have? No Bailey Nest, no Roach Warren, it's Ling Hydra. It's Ling Hydra, so this hits like a truck. This hits very hard. And without Bailings or Roaches, I'll be honest, I can see ShoWTimE just rolling over SHIN. I can see that happening here. Oh boy. And unfortunately, SHIN just has no information. Like, he just hasn't seen what's happening. SHIN, he sees an expansion. He sees charge. Okay, he knows. Yeah, instantly. He sees charge. Bam, Bailiness is on the way. Bailiness, that will help. That is going to be an answer. It's not going to be ideal, but he's going to have something here against the chargeless at least. So Bailings are on the way. Of course, it's a late Bailiness, which means late Bailing speed. As he does snipe the Prism. Nice catch. Prism goes down. Prism goes down. We need those Bailings. With losing that War Prism, ShoWTimE, he's turtling up instead. He's staying back home. We have Cannon. He's fully he's just fully walling up. He's fully walling up. Cannon, shield batteries. I assumed that he was going to be moving out, but that is not the case. Or it might have been, but without that War Prism, he's just fully walling up back at home. And he is ready to receive. Now, I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here. As Shin is about to max out, as he has a decent army to work with. Remember what happened last game? Where Shin, he chose to stick with Lair Tech. He just stuck with a Lair Tech army with a mid-tier army of pure Ling Main Hydra. He's doing it again. He's doing it again. From here, he's pushing forward. Oh! Does get a Templar. Nice catch. Forcing a fight out in the open. So a nice start from Shin. Bailing speed is almost done. And again, he's just going for it. He's just going for it at this point. It comes down to the storms. There are 5 High Templar. Stage Trap gets baited out. The Storm also baited. The second one does connect. Better second Storm. Baiting speed kicks in. Oh, that was a brutal Storm. Oh my god. Brutal Storm. Storm shuts down the Bailings. And Shin, his army's crumbling. His army is crumbling here. As Storms, they completely shut him down. He's got a handful of Hydras remaining, but Zealous are getting into the Hydras. Zealous they clean up. And Shin is being outscaled. GG gets called. Shin, he was all in. And ShoWTimE will weather the storm once again. And ShoWTimE will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shin, once again, he did decide to commit with Ling Bane Hydra, committed to the all-in. Unfortunately, this time it was weaker because he had no +1 melee. If you saw, +1 melee was in production, but it never really kicked in, never was applicable there. Likewise, we saw that he was pushing into a wall-up of cannon, shield battery, storm. Like, ShoWTimE, he was very, very prepared for that defense. I do think that Shin, upon seeing charge, I think he just assumed that ShoWTimE was going to be the aggressor. So he just hyper-fixated on building up his army. Then he realized, oh, he's actually being more defensive. I have to make use of this. And then he found himself kind of in that position, in that all-in, as he had to make use of his army in some way. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting to our next game. We're getting into Incorporeal. Oh boy. Incorporeal up next. Another map that is known for favoring longer, later Sky Toss as well. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Shin. A lot of pressure on Shin to try to recover and to try to end the game early here. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can as we're loading into Game 4. Let's go. And this morning, in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player representing Weibo Gaming. Down in the series, we'll see if he mounts back. It is SHIN. Here we go. ShoWTimE, he's been all over Shin. Now, last game was more in favor of ShoWTimE because of the early economic damage. Remember, I kind of glossed over it, but in the lead up to game number 3, ShoWTimE, he was getting a lot of economic damage done with the Adepts, with the Oracles, and the Stasis Traps as well. ShoWTimE, he did take a lead early on, which is also why I assumed with that lead he was going to go into a charge timing to end the game. He opted not to, or maybe he planned to, but the Prism got sniped, if you recall, and Shin was behind. He was in a rough position. He did choose to commit, to double down, to attack. In the end, ShoWTimE was more than ready. ShoWTimE was more than ready. And that leads us into Incorporeal. Incorporeal is another one of these larger maps. Another one of these larger maps in the map pool. Here, I do lean towards ShoWTimE. Once again, I spoke earlier, maps like Maganatha, Tokamak, Incorporeal. Very large, a lot of bases, of course, but more importantly, there are some really, really difficult bases for Zerg players to defend and to hold on to in a longer and later game. We've seen many Zerg players struggle to maintain these center bases because of the terrain against SkyToss. Basically here, there's a lot of terrain here that does make it difficult for Zerg players to actually surround, to engage, to try to collapse on these intense SkyToss late game armies. And because this terrain as well, Tempest, they can just go over these areas, they can just deny these bases, shut them down, and we've seen many Zerg players struggle on Incorporeal as a result in the late game. But we'll see how Shin will approach this. We expect him to be aggressive, of course, but the Ling Bane Hydra aggression has not been working out well. These Lair Tech all-ins and these Lair Tech commitments have been falling on their face. even with SHIN being ahead on Ultra Love. So it feels like we have to take a different approach. Now, something that's going to be viable here that we brought up last game is Spire Tech, right? In these larger maps, there is a little bit more of an avenue here to go into a hidden Spire and to go into mutas and try to catch your opponent off guard. That is definitely an approach that SHIN can go for. Is an approach. But we'll see. So now it's going to be a Stargate opener out of ShoWTimE. Does open Stargate. With that opening up Oracle and settling in. Save to actually commit to the shade. Yeah, two of taking 1 2 drones. 1 2 3 drones going down. It's an okay trade here for ShoWTimE. 3 drones for 2 adepts. Yes, okay. Oh, and just like last game, Oracle into Phoenix. So once again, the goal here is to deny vision, deny scouting, to keep SHIN in the dark. The downside is that there's only 1 Oracle, which means Ling aggression and Ling run bys can be more effective. As that 1 Oracle has a lot to do. SHIN pulling back, rotating around. Behind this is droning, is saturating, building up his bases. As you see a follow-up here out of ShoWTimE, he's going for his 3rd base into a more standard Twilight Council and Forge timing. So actually, for the first time this entire series, as Status Stripe goes off, oh, no major connection, but for the first time this entire series, standard opener out of ShoWTimE, going into Blink and +1. For the first time, baby, let's go, let's go. Again, last game he went +1 in charge, and the games before that he went for earlier Blink timings instead. So this time, this is as standard as standard can be. You know, double Oracle into the natural. Gets a couple of drones, nothing major, pulls away. We can see for the first time as well this series, a very safe play out of SHIN. Roach Warren does go for the Roach Warren, does go for the Evo Chamber as well. So very safe play. Because of the later Evo Chamber, this is more indicative of +1 range, not +1 melee, into like a Roach Hydra heavy style. Assuming it's range. As SHIN is taking more gases, is from here droning up. You have to go range upgrades on the way, as I mentioned. So SHIN is taking a very different approach here. Building up into roaches. From here, this can lead into, from roaches into Roach Hydra Lurker, true. Or we can go roaches into Lingbane Roach Ravager. And we have the answer. Oh my god, okay. So we did bring this up at the start of the game and last game as well, but on these larger maps, Spire Tech is going for the Spires, going for mutas. This is very risky, and this can work out amazingly or it can fall in its face. All comes down to the scouting. All comes down to ShoWTimE's preparation as well. So if ShoWTimE sees this, then he can completely shut this down. Remember, he already has a Phoenix, true. He already has 1, and he can throw down static defense. But if he fails to scout this, these mutas, they can pop up. They can pop off, they can get into mineral lines, they can eviscerate the economy. And they can pull ShoWTimE apart. Pneumatize Carapace? Wait, what? I'm getting mixed signals, Pappy. Pneumatized carapace is typically indicative of a Roach Queen all-in with Dropper Lords, of a German taxi, and we are massing up an army. Oh, did he get scouted? He did. Okay, makes sense. He gets scouted. We have cannons on the way. We have Phoenixes on the way. ShoWTimE, he scouts a Spire. He's getting ready for mutas, and SHIN knows he got scouted. He responds with a German taxi with an all-in. Okay. So SHIN is going for purely Roach Queen. He's going for the all-in. He's hoping that ShoWTimE over-invests into defense against mutas. And what do we have? Again, we have 2 cannons here going for cannons in the main, cannons in the natural. We have more cannons here at the 3rd base. I mean, in general, ShoWTimE is turtling up. So will this work? SHIN does commit in. And here it does commit. Lings, they do get into the mineral line. At the same time, storms are coming forward. Yeah, High Templar, they move in. They storm the Roach army. Lings, they're getting into the mineral line, or at least they're trying to. As you can see, SHIN trying to make his way into the natural. But the Stalkers, they collapse into the Queens. Yeah, the Queens are going down one after the other. Brutal storms on the Ravagers. And ShoWTimE. Oh, it's still quite close. It's still close. He gets us up with the Archon. Archon goes down. Nice piles. The Archons are falling. Stalkers are going down as well. And SHIN, he's pushing into the 3rd base at the same time. Looks like he does not get into the natural base. ShoWTimE is holding. ShoWTimE, he holds the natural. Likewise, no major economic damage, not yet. And SHIN is still rallying. He's still just rallying everything he can across the map. He's here to end it, man. He's here to end it. Oh no, the Immortal arrives. The Immortal pops out just in time, and the Roaches are being forced back. Oh, I spoke too soon. Here come those reinforcements. Nice pull away there by ShoWTimE. Pulls back, he pulls away, saves the Immortal. Ooh, as SHIN, he does take down the Immortal. Nice pick off. Nice target firing. The Immortal goes down. We have another Immortal on the way. And it looks like ShoWTimE is running out of Stalkers. He's running out. Likewise, these Phoenixes, they could lift. There we go. Now coming into play. They try to lift. No shield battery. And SHIN, it looks like he has done it here. He has broken the back of ShoWTimE. Breaks into the mineral line. Takes down the Immortal. Takes down the Stalkers. ShoWTimE is blinking back well. The cannon is helping out. It's still close. The boys are being pulled. Oh. With the help of the boys, ShoWTimE, he does clean up these Roaches. Okay. Cleans up the Roaches. Forces us back. ShoWTimE again, he's barely holding on, barely surviving. And SHIN is still not droning, by the way. He's still committed. Oh no. High Templar warp in. Storm has arrived. ShoWTimE, remember, he saves the base. Losing all those workers doesn't matter. Like ShoWTimE, he can replenish that. He can replenish his workers. He can rebuild. The probes don't matter. What matters here is that SHIN has to kill ShoWTimE. Oh, forcing friendly fire. One Phoenix goes down. SHIN, we gotta keep going. He's gotta keep going, but he's gonna be pushing into Storm. ShoWTimE has high ground piles. Ooh, they snipe both Phoenixes. Very nice. Both Phoenixes do go down. Resets a Phoenix count. Oh, a bit of a wasted Storm. Actually, towards the end. Does connect with the army. Does connect. ShoWTimE, his bases are getting saturated. He's building up more Immortals. SHIN, he was so close to breaking ShoWTimE, and he is maxing out. He's maxing out on Roaches. Oh. Gets the Archon. He needs those Immortals. Oh, and he gets one. If SHIN gets one, he'll get the other Immortal as well. Oh, as he stands in the Storms. Storms were brutal. Yeah, they were brutal, but SHIN, he should overwhelm. Again, it was a cheeky build out of SHIN to be scattered with the Spire, to ignore it, to just go into a Roach all-in instead, with the German Taxi, with the Queens, of course, with the Dropper Lords. As Phoenixes are pulling one after the other, GG gets called, and we are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. Ay, ay, ay. ShoWTimE, he refused to tap out, he refused to die, Papi. Oh my god. But again, it was really nice fake out of SHIN. Again, he knows he got scattered, he recognized that his Spire was seen, so because of that, there were a lot of resources spent on anti-air defense in the mineral lines, in the natural, in the main base, which weren't really applicable to defending against the main army, against the Roach heavy force. The immortal count was also quite low. Because of that, the immortals were building up towards the tail end of that defense, of course, but by then it was a little bit too late, and with that SHIN, he barely did break through. It was still quite close, still quite clutch, but SHIN pulled it off in the end. GG. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. Whew. We're going to game 5. And we are loading into Tokamak. Oh my god, another one of these larger maps. A larger map in the map pool, the most defensive map in the map pool as well. True, more defensive than Incorporeal and Maganatha. We'll get into it. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg himself, representing Weibo Gaming WBG. It is SHIN. We go. So from here we are setting up. We are setting up, we are settling in. So far Hatch got full standard opener out of SHIN. Likewise, ShoWTimE also going for a standard opener as well. From here, we are going to be building up. We're going to be building up our setup here. We are loading into Tokamak. Tokamak, as we mentioned before, is one of the largest maps in the map pool. Smaller than Maganatha, for sure, is smaller, but still the most defendable map as well. The big difference here between Tokamak and some of these other larger maps is the area in between the 3rd and 4th base. If you recall, on Incorporeal, the area outside of the natural is open, and there's a ramp leading right into the natural. So you can actually rotate between the 3rd, the 4th, and the natural in Incorporeal, and on Maganatha as well. Here on Tokamak, there are rocks. Here there are rocks that fully wall this area off, so realistically there's only 2 ways in, either the 3rd or the 4th. The natural is much more secure, so it is easier for the Protoss player to rotate back and forth between these 2 bases, to be in position and to defend. So in general, we do favor defensive play here on Tokamak, and in general we see often longer and later games on Tokamak as well. So this is where all-ins have a harder time working. Not saying they never work. No, they still can work, of course. They can still work out. They can still break a Protoss. They can still break a player. But again, it's going to be more difficult to pull that off. More difficult on Tokamak. As of now, we have Link Speed on the way. We might even see SHIN go Spire again. True. And actually get away with it this time. It's another option. As he was denied the muted play last game. He was denied. As from here, we have our tech of choice against Stargate into Oracle is going to be moving out, and we're still just kind of waiting for our initial tech of choice. We'll see if Shin goes for an earlier Evo Chamber, if he goes once again into an earlier Roach Horn instead. Does he go Lair first? Where will he take us? Este Shin. From ShoWTimE, we're expecting more of the same. We're expecting Stargate into third base, into Twilight Council and Blink. To be fair, we only saw that build once. That was last game, of course. That was the one time we had a standard opener out of ShoWTimE. As Link spoke in, ShoWTimE does deflect. Cross map Shin, he is holding on. Also in a way. We have the answer here. It is going to be early Evo Chamber behind the natural, so +1. So we're going for fast plus on melee. Shin once again is going into what looks to be a Ling Hydra heavy composition. And typically we'll be skipping roaches. We'll be skipping roaches. Setups are moving out. Yeah, the Phoenix follow up once again. There's that melee we did mention earlier. Now there are still some all-ins you can do with this. I mean, we've already seen them twice now in this series, with less than ideal results. As we have our Twilight Council alongside Forge, leading towards +1 and +1 and charge actually. Okay. ShoWTimE mixing it up. If you recall, he did go for this build on Maganatha, going for earlier charge, and if you recall, he was shut down from any kind of aggression, I'm pretty sure, because he lost the War Prism. Prism went down, so he was more defensive. Oh, Phoenix is thrown away. Nice pick off out of Shin. And to reiterate what we mentioned on Incorporeal, if Shin skips his Roach Horn and his Baneliness, if he skips both tech structures, then he can have a really hard time against this. But oh, a much earlier Baneliness actually. Okay. Much earlier nest before the lair. You have my attention. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE, he dips into the main, does pull back. Behind this, working towards Storm, Archons as well. And the Zelt's seen. And the Zelt's spotted, he knows. If the Lings had engaged earlier, that might have been why. The Baneliness was thrown down, Stasis wrapping the maze. Oh, gets half the mineral line. Stasis pops off, Lings are deflected. And Shin is finding damage. Oh. Oracle back into the main, setting it for another stasis. This time Shin keeps up. Oh. Getting a lot of hold damage on that Oracle. It's also in a way. And ShoWTimE is going for a pretty massive gateway explosion. He's getting up to 9 gateways. He's going for a 9-gate setup. We should be seeing a War Prism soon. Assuming he doesn't expand. Like, ShoWTimE, his 4th base is quite late. Yeah, late 4th base out of ShoWTimE. Lings, they will check for us, they will delay. ShoWTimE, he might just turtle up. Based on the setup that we're seeing here at the 3rd base, he might just stay at home and just get a 4th. Oh boy, we've seen this before. Overlord speed is on the way, we're going for a Doom Drop. So, Shin, hold on, I don't think, I could be mistaken. I'm pretty sure Shin never got a Hive this series. He never got a Hive, never got a Lurker Den, and that continues here. We're going for the all-in. Drop Lords are amassing. We have 4 Drop Lords on the way. We're going for a massive Ling drop into the main. At the same time, we're going for a distraction on the left-hand side. So ideally, Shin, he wants to try to distract and pull away the attention of ShoWTimE to one of the bases, either the 4th or the 3rd, and then bam, you hit with the Overlords into the main. Let's go. As Shin does catch one of the Oracles, he gets, oh, almost both. Yeah, both Oracles go down. Nice pickoffs. That means we have limited stasis traps. ShoWTimE trying to set up defensively. Storm is done. Storm is complete. Shin pushing right down the center, going for the rocks. Here comes that Drop Lord. Here comes that Doom Drop. So over on the right hand side. He's going for the main. Zealot does actually distract Shin. Shin, he races back home to defend. Cleans up the Zealots. This will delay Shin. And we have more Storms, more High Templar. There we go, drop into the main. Does go for the Doom Drop. Shin, he's maxed out. Damage is being done. Ling Bane rushes forward. He wants those High Templar, does not break through. So far, decent Storms. Yeah, Banelings, they're being shut down. As the Banelings, they cannot touch the army. He tries to, does force out some Archons. But last Zealot overwhelm. There's no Banelings remaining. With 0 Banelings, the Hydras are so exposed. They're so vulnerable. And with that ShoWTimE he completely shuts this down. The Storms were brutal. There were plenty of Banelings, but no major connections. At the same time, ShoWTimE defends the main. He deflects. Nothing left in the main base, and ShoWTimE is running away with this. And every time Shin has attempted this lair tech all in, it's not been working. Oh no! The Storms, they pop off. And the longer this game goes on, the better it's going to be for ShoWTimE. As ShoWTimE is building up more upgrades, more Archons, more High Templar. Shin looking for another way in. As I mentioned as well, like, you're quite limited in your options on Tokamak with how to engage and how to attack. Which is why the Doom Drop was an interesting take, for sure. Was a way around that. But even then, it wasn't enough. As Banelings, they do get on top of one on a High Templar. Okay. It's on top. Meanwhile, the Templar are also exposed. They pull away in time. And now it's almost purely Hydra. Almost pure Hydra here. And Hydras have to get the hell out of here. They're so vulnerable. They're so fragile, Pappy. Things are coming in. Hydras are falling. And again, Shinny plummets in supply once again. He just cannot stand up against this. GG gets called and ShoWTimE will overwhelm. ShoWTimE will claim the series 3-2, advancing on to the lower bracket finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, ShoWTimE. He will claim the series. A very intense back and forth with a lot of different builds, a lot of different styles as well. Of course, as you mentioned, Shin, he never quite teched up into Hive Tech. He was often trying to end the game early. I'm still thinking about Ultra Love. Like, Ultra Love was, it was so painful, Pappy, so painful. Shin was in such a good position. In some of these other games, maybe a little bit less so. Here coming into Tokamak, as we mentioned, it is much more difficult to break a defending player on this map. Going for the Drop Lords was a nice touch, but as we saw, ShoWTimE was able to warp in, able to react, able to get in position in time, and there was barely any damage dealt to the main base. Likewise, the Storms were brutal, despite the plethora of Banelings, despite the massive wave of Banelings that Shin had. They barely connected. The Storms completely shut them down, and without Banelings, the Ling Hydra was so vulnerable, was so fragile, it just toppled over against the Charge Lots, the Archons, and all things Protoss. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to ShoWTimE, but a shout out to Shin for making a series out of this, for bringing us all the way to Game 5. Shin, who was able to catch ShoWTimE with his pants down on Incorporeal, if you recall. True. Did catch him with his pants down on Incorporeal, and likewise had a fun back and forth on Torches as well. If you remember, on Torches, ShoWTimE, he went into Tempest Rush. He went into Double Stargate, Fleet Beacon into Tempest, and Shin did punish him, did shut him down with the help of that gold base, of course. And over on Incorporeal, we saw Shin fake out his opponent by revealing, I say revealing, his Spire got scouted, he let it finish, and instead went for a massive Roach Queen all-in instead, catching ShoWTimE with his pants down. So some fun and quirky styles and kind of reactions there from Shin, but with that, GG, well played. ShoWTimE does advance on, and we are going to be getting ready for the lower bracket finals. Oh boy, Bunny, of course, has been patiently waiting for his opponents. Up next is going to be Bunny versus ShoWTimE in a best of 5. Have our TVP. For now, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break here. When we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have the lower bracket finals. So we'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. Damn, Alex does it again. He does it again. No. Catching up. But yeah, we're going to be on a short break, so we'll be back soon with our next series. See you then. See you then after this short 5 minutes. Huh, let's go. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the lower bracket finals of the OSC 2025 mid-season playoffs #1. It's been an intense broadcast already, and now we are here to determine who will advance on to the grand finals. I did notice some people in the chat curious as to who was going to be waiting in that. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's catch up on the bracket itself. I do apologize for the extended break. I was editing the Wikipedia page. I was just editing the Wikipedia page, but here we go. We can switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. So we have been here in the lower portion of the bracket, in the lower half. Here we had MaNa. We had MaNa versus SHIN at the start of the broadcast. SHIN did take down MaNa 2-0. Did bring him down. Sorry, 3-1. I said 2-0. Did bring him down 3-1 in the end. Meanwhile, we had ShoWTimE, had a very intense series versus SKillous, brought him down 3-2 as well. That led us here into the lower bracket semifinals with SHIN versus ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE once again does clutch that series out, and with that, do we have the technology here? Bam. And that leads us into the lower bracket lower bracket finals here with Bunny. Bunny has been patiently waiting. Bunny versus ShoWTimE is going to be coming up next in a best of 5. And the winner of this series plays against who? Plays against Cham. El Chamaco, papi. Cham, he had a crazy run. Cham taking down Solar, taking down MaNa. Cham taking down so many top tier players here to make it. He even took down Bunny earlier 2-0. And Cham, he's waiting in the grand finals for the winner of Bunny and ShoWTimE. Let's go. Let us go. Is waiting for the winner of the series, and we are about to jump on in as game 1 is going to be on Tokamak. Let's go. Let us go. As we're here in the lower bracket finals and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is GABA time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are jumping into our first PVT of the broadcast. Let's go. First and only, to be fair. First and only. Whew, as we've already had an intense day of StarCraft here with Maestros of the game earlier this morning into the OSC mid-season playoffs, and of course we have more Maestros later on in the evening as well. I will sleep as much as I can. Let's go, Papi, let's go. It's bad I didn't know who Cham was before today. I mean, if you're a newer viewer of StarCraft, then it would make sense if you're maybe unfamiliar with Cham. Cham, he is the best Zerg player in Latin America. You could argue the best player in Latin America. He's been around for many years, competing. I want to say he debuted maybe back in 2017, 2016. It's been a while. It's been a long time since Cham has been around. But again, if you're a little bit newer, then maybe you haven't seen or heard of Cham before. I feel like Cham's peak was maybe a couple of years ago. If you remember, during the COVID era of StarCraft, Cham, he was playing in everything. He was playing in every single online tournament. He spiked in skill, and his big momentous occasion, of course, was winning the Latin American regionals of EPT at the time, the ESL Pro Tour, Latin American regionals, where typically that was Special's domain, right? Typically Special, he was the dominant force in Latin America, and eventually he was dethroned by Cham. I believe Cham, he won the EPT Latin America just before the merging occurred, because I think it was in 2023, which is where Latin America and the rest of the Americas kind of merged into one. In 2023. For now, oh, bunker behind the middle line. Let's go. We do have a more economic start here. Racks expand out of Bunny, but he does go for the for the bunker behind the middle line to delay mining to disrupt the economy of ShoWTimE. Came back this year since 2017. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Again, as I mentioned, Cham, his kind of rise to prominence, especially in the international scene and international community, was more during the COVID era. So 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. That was when he kind of hit his peak, I would say. As from here, ShoWTimE, he will eventually deal with this. He so far hasn't lost anything. Shield batteries being set up to defend the mineral line, to protect his army. SCV being so annoying, repairing the bunker, keeping it up and running. As ideally, we do want to get on top of that SCV. Oh! Does move in. And again, we're just we're just trading energy for minerals at this point with the repair. As the shield battery is about to run out. And can we get a probe kill? Oh my god. Pulls away just in time. Pulls away in time. Second Stalker has arrived, and now we can just out DPS the healing, the repair of the SCV. One probe does fall. And that'll be a kill. That'll be a kill on the bunker. Reaper gets surrounded. Nice round. Nice round. Shuts down the Reaper. And with that, ShoWTimE does hold. There was some investment here, of course. ShoWTimE was forced to make a shield battery. Ideally, you skip it. Ideally, you skip the shield battery. Also forced to commit the army to defend. Now we're going for a delayed hallucination scout across the map. Overall, though, ShoWTimE handled himself well. Only lost one probe. That could have been worse. That could have been a lot worse. Only one worker goes down. With that hallucination, we'll get eyes on the setup here. Bunny is going for his own 1-1-1 into eventually 3-1-1 setup. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Bunny, he is hyper aggressive in TVP, and he is very, very fond of 2-base all-ins. We see a lot of 2-base all-ins out of Bunny. I know that in the current meta of StarCraft, we've seen less 2-base all-ins, and we've seen more mech, for example. We've seen a lot more mid to late game from Bjorn. Bjorn has a very different approach. Clem, likewise as well, has also been embracing some longer mid-game play with mixed success, or with some success. Bunny, though, he's typically not one that plays a longer game. Typically. In my mind, at least, he's still in that meta of just non-stop 2-base all-ins. Pull the boys, just send it across the map. On a map like Tokamak, though, it's going to be weaker, right? It's like this map does favor, as we mentioned in the previous series, this map does favor more defensive play. So this will be a rough map for Bunny to attempt to all-in. Oh, as the full medevac goes down. Full medevac does fall. Nice snipe there from ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE does shut him down. So nice defense so far. This will weaken the follow-up stim timing here that Bunny's working towards, as he goes for the add-on swap out of tank production. So only one. Okay, only one tank, then into faster stim, into faster marines, and marauders, into that bio setup. And this is going to be a strong timing with stim, combat shields, and +1, but alas, again, it's going to be weaker, losing a full medevac and losing the marines. Behind this, ShoWTimE going into Colossus, not going into Storm. So we have the Bay on the way. We have a mass gateway explosion for a gateway heavy army into Colossus, not into Storm. Which again, both are options, both are viable. And we do see Bunny attempt to move out, is going to be slowed down. We'll lose his Cyclone, I believe. Yeah, Cyclone is sniped. Snipes the Cyclone, zones Bunny away. So far, ShoWTimE is holding. And does hold, does defend. And Bunny gets a third. Okay, Bunny gets a third. So we're not committing. We're not committing. We're not doubling down. We are getting a third base. We're building up into a longer mid game here. And again, I do like this, especially for Tokamak. Like, as I was kind of leaning into, like, the idea of going into a 2-base on this map, it's very difficult to pull off. So we're calming down. We're building up. We're getting into a longer game state. With this Bunny, he's rushing into Viking production alongside Ghosts. He scans, he does get eyes on the main army. He's not fully aware of the tech of choice, not fully, but he's already getting safety Vikings regardless. Covering his bases, building up. And this is a very, very distinct change of pace. Again, we had non-stop all-ins. I need to emphasize that. Non-stop all-ins between ShoWTimE and SHIN, for example. Likewise, ShoWTimE and SKillous as well. We saw a lot of proxies, a lot of one-base all-ins in that series. Here we're slowing. We had nothing. We had non-stop cannon rushes with MaNa and SHIN. True. We've had some very cheesy and hyper-aggressive games, period, so far in this broadcast. But for the first time, we're slowing things down. We're slowing it down. Getting into a longer game. Do we get to the late game? Maybe, maybe. And we're building up those ghosts. There is going to be a window in time here where +2 kicks in and ShoWTimE could attempt to try to break into the third. We'll see if he goes for it. Waiting for the third Colossus. True. Taking more bases. ShoWTimE does have map control. And he pulls back with the main army. Okay, he pulls back with the main army, only harassing with stalkers. Only poking in. And the goal here for Bunny should just be to back off, build up, and max out. We'll see if he engages ahead of time. How many Vikings? 6? 6 Vikings, 3 goes, he scans, he's got EMPs. Second Robo's on the way into double Colossus production, into eventually double Disruptor. There we go, Disruptors are on the way. We're getting those Novas ready. Forcing ShoWTimE out. Trying to get a better engage. Bunny does commit in. Nice force field, looking down some of the army. But one Colossus goes down. Vikings, they go ham. Gets a Colossus. Nice EMPs. And Bunny, he can chase this down, going for the second Colossus. No Disruptors yet, and he just stim in. Yeah, this one he can just stim in. There's just not enough support. Oh, Nova goes off. Very nice connection. Okay. Nova pops off. At the same time, we do get a warp it into the main. The SCVs are going down, and back at home, ShoWTimE, he holds. ShoWTimE, he barely holds on. He pops off. 18 SCV kills in the main. Ay, ay, ay. Bunny, his economy is crippled. He was trading well for himself until that Nova, and then suddenly, bam, he loses the mineral line. He will take down the space, but again, not many workers. For 5 probe kills. ShoWTimE is moving in. We'll lose the Nexus. Nexus goes down. Bunny boosting into the main base. Army's in position. Bunny, he is pinned. He is pinned down, and ShoWTimE takes the supply lead. Again, Bunny, he's on a 2-base economy. He's on 44 SCVs. Like, oh, God. So remaxing, rebuilding is going to be difficult for Bunny. ShoWTimE is being active. Leaving Stalkers to defend the main. And now he's moving in. Oh. Yeah, we do see Bunny out of position. He's just out of position. He's racing back home to defend. Zelsa busts into the middle line. Novas, they can zone away. They connect with the Widow Mines. Zel's catching reinforcements. And ShoWTimE, he backs off. He's maxed out. And Bunny just can't keep up. Not anymore. Not like this. No, no. Getting caught out as well. Losing a medevac. Zel's, unfortunately, they're targeting the eBay of all things. But they still get 8 SCVs. And Bunny, he's all in. And when I say all in, though, he has 36 workers. He can't really sustain himself. Bunny just running out of steam. He's petering out. And ShoWTime's chilling. He's maxed, getting more bases, building up more upgrades. ShoWTiME is looking very comfortable. And again, it just came down to the one big fight in the main. Or I say fight, the one big warp in into the main base with those zealots. As Bunny, he never recovered. He never quite did recover. The Nova didn't help either, right? Taking away a lot of the momentum from Bunny. because Bunny, he was winning that fight. He did win it. He was shutting down the Colossus, who was chasing the Gateway Army. He was doing well for himself. And everything just went south. It all just fell apart, Pappy. Aye, aye, aye. Bunny is moving in. Nice EMPs. EMPs do connect, but he's running out of Vikings. Every Viking is going to go down, which means there's no answer for the Colossus. We just laser down the army. Novas, they graze the Force, they graze the Marines. No major connections, but he doesn't need them. He doesn't need the Novas anymore. And with that, Bunny, he will crumble. GG gets called, and ShoWTimE will take game number 1. Whew. GG. ShoWTimE does take a lead in the series. Again, Bunny, he was holding his own. Like, we had a relatively passive early to mid game, and then everything popped off. Bunny, he was winning fights. He was chasing the Colossus. He was chasing down ShoWTimE. Then took one massive Nova to the face. At the same time, massive Zealot warp into the main base. And Bunny, he was not quite able to react in time, didn't defend in time, and he lost far too much. His economy was crippled, and he never recovered economically. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting to game number 2. We'll see if Bunny can recover as we're loading into a very unique map here. Okay, a map that I haven't casted on in a long time. Now, a couple of tournaments have actually embraced this map. I'm thinking of Masters of the Game. True, Masters of the Game. They did actually decide to incorporate this map into the map pool. Oh wait, no, sorry, my apologies. I'm confusing it with Golden Wall. Golden Wall was incorporated into the map pool, but here for OSC, we actually have another older map. We have Golden Aura. It's been a while. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, we'll see who mounts back. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the German Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Sentinels, leading series 1-0. It is ShoWTimE. Here we go. As again, it's been a while since we featured Golden Aura. Golden Aura was in the map pool a year ago, 2 years ago. I'll be honest, like the 2024 and 2023 blend together in my mind. I'll be they merged together. But yeah, it was in the map pool a couple of years ago, not too long, and was known for longer and later games, for sure. Was known for longer later games. One of the big reasons for this is the area in the center of the map is quite large, so there's a lot of space here. We often do see players turtle up and get up to a 4 and 5 base economy, just because there aren't too many avenues to actually push into these bases. We spoke earlier about one of the big features of Tokamak, where there are rocks kind of blocking the area, the entrance to the natural, so you have to attack the 3rd and 4th. Here, I mean, there's not even an entrance to the natural base. We have some ramps coming into the triangular 3rd base. We have a ramp coming into the linear 3rd base, and these ramps are very narrow. They're very pushing up this ramp with an all-in, it's not going to happen. You can't, like, it's far too narrow. You can defend with the bare minimum here with force fields, with the Colossus. You can just completely shut down aggression. Likewise, pushing towards the top side as well, also very, very difficult. So we often did see a lot of late game on Golden Aura. A late game, a lot of 4 base, a lot of 5 base. I recall a lot of Sky Toss on Golden Aura. No. A lot of Sky Toss. And a lot of siege lines as well, for sure. As behind this economic opener, Racks expand out of Bunny, going for a delayed factory into a delayed second gas. So more of an economic start into add-on swap. Okay, so let's go for the add-on swap. With this, we can go into early Cyclone production. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener out of ShoWTimE. Most likely into Blink Stalkers. We're not really expecting ShoWTimE to deviate away from 3-gate Blink. He's not really one to go 4-gate Blink either. Or Stargate. There are definitely some niche builds and some niche openers, but I'm not really too sure if ShoWTimE is one to embrace that. As a Cyclone is on the way. Cyclone does pop. From here we are building up. And once again, safe open out of ShoWTimE going 3 gates. So 3 gate blink into a robo on 2 bases. Very safe play here by ShoWTimE. If he wanted to, he could take gases, but especially on Golden Ore, I feel like we can just expand. Yeah, we're just expanding. We're just going to take the third. Third base on the way. And once again, Bunny just getting into his own 3-1-1 setup. Now, last game, he went only for a single tank, then he switched into Stim, into a heavy bio army. We'll see if he does the same. Oh. As we prioritize the tech lab on the starport, not on the rack, so we're going for a delayed Stim into Banshee play. So Bunny mixing in Banshees at the same time, Mine drop into the main. Widow Mine will burrow. No major damage, good reaction here from ShoWTimE. He pulls away in time. Does pull away. ShoWTimE rotates into the main base, going for the backstab. Again, it's only 3 gate blink, but Bunny's out of position. He's here at the natural. And we're going for the main. We're going for the add-ons. Oh. Does get on top of the tech lab, does force a cancel, picks up the Cyclone as well. And that speed goes here from ShoWTimE. Does go in, pulls away. Not just that, he gets damage done. He also scouts and confirms the Banshee. And also confirms no cloak. No cloak, Banshees are popping out. ShoWTimE can get ready. He scouts a third CC. And he can delay. Cannon will. ShoWTimE pulling the army. And I believe has not lost. He's not lost a single Stalker, by the way. And he can just rotate around. Does hit the third base. Will delay. Bunny, he's committing. He's sending it back. Moves that across the map. ShoWTimE getting ready for a surround. There's a scan. Reveals the army. ShoWTimE finds a tank. Yeah, 1 tank goes down. And Bunny's being pulled apart here. He's got 1 tank left. He's trying to reinforce. But there's Stalkers in between. Who catches who? Oh. ShoWTimE does pull away. Pulls away, coming in from behind, going for the tank. Warp in will barely, 1 warp in gets denied, but the tank goes down, and Bunny, he will lose everything here. The tanks, the Banshees, has 1 tank left. Getting up to 2. 2 tanks remaining, but ShoWTimE, he just blink in. He just blink in, he picks up every single tank. And Bunny, he will lose the entire army. He has nothing left to work with. Back at home, 3rd CC is on the way, but there is no defensive setup here. No bunker, no tank, no nothing. He has a couple of marauders. Delayed Stim. If the Prism was here, ShoWTimE could just end the game. He could just end the game with a warp in. As boys are being pulled and Bunny's getting desperate. He pulls the boy, it's bad. Oh. Does catch the Observer. But yeah, this is just a very rough setup here for Bunny. He lost far too much when it came to his move out. And ShoWTimE is getting comfortable. Getting very comfortable. He's up almost 20 workers, getting another expansion, building up into the bay, +1 charge, once again going Colossus. things are looking dire here for Bunny. At the moment, I mean, he's stuck on 3 bases. He can try to turn this into an all-in and try to hopefully catch ShoWTimE with his pants down. But we spoke about the map earlier. Golden Ore is known for longer later games. Rush's by ground is longer as well. You're more defendable on 4 bases. ShoWTimE is setting up. Spots the move out. Nemo gets into the main base, goes for a massive Zella Warp in. Busts into the main, and so many SCVs going to be going down. And not again, Pappy, not again. Getting another 13 SCVs. 13 SCV kills. Bunny's economy is crippled. And at this point, I'm a little bit afraid to look. 26 worker kills. Again, delay on bases, delay on tech. The problem with a move out here, and he has to move out. Like Bunny, he does have a large army, true. He has a large army to work with. He has a lot of Marines, a lot of Marauders. We got to do something with this. Back at home, what does ShoWTimE have to defend? 2 Colossus. So 2 Colossus back at home. He has a couple of force fields. Bunny has a chance. He definitely has a chance here to break at ShoWTimE here and now. This is his moment. He's very Marauder heavy. We gotta send it back. It does him in. Does get the first Colossus. I say that shield battery is done. Shield battery does complete. A bit of an awkward engagement here from ShoWTimE. Nice mine shots. Mine shots on the Zealots. He's running out of charge lots. And better concave here by Bunny. And Bunny looks like he will barely break through. Takes out one, takes out both. Takes out both Colossus. And he does it. He does snowball out of control. Behind this Bunny, he has 37 SCVs. GG gets called, and Bunny will tie up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. Bunny, he was completely all in. Back at home, he had 37 SCVs. He had less than 2 base economy. He didn't really have much to work with. He had to go for the all in then and there, and he does it. He breaks through. He breaks through. ShoWTimE ties up the series. We have a back and forth. We have that back and forth. I will say that was maybe the best location to fight as well for Bunny, because ShoWTimE was forced to fight out in the open, right? There on the low ground, he was forced to fight out in the open, a bigger, wider space, better arc, better concave by Bunny, and it was crucial that he had to win that fight then and there. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have a back and forth, and who will take a lead in the series? Let's go. As we're loading into game number 3. Loading into game 3 here, we have that back and forth, and spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. We go. And again, ShoWTimE, he actually had a very strong start to that last game. I don't want to sugarcoat that. It's like, but ShoWTimE, he was able to shut down the early aggression. He was able to reset the tank count. He was able to delay and deny upgrades. He delayed the 3rd CC. He crippled the economy. Like ShoWTimE, everything was going well for ShoWTimE. But never count out a 2-basing Terran, Pappy. To be fair, if Bunny had waited any longer, he would have fallen. There would have been no way for that all-in to have worked. Like, it was so crucial that he hit when he did, that he fought where he did as well. So was able to strike in time and claim it from there. Let's go. Let us go. So now we're going to be loading into ley lines. Ley lines, one of the more standard maps in the map pool. It's not as extreme and it's not as large as, say, Tokamak or Incorporeal or Maganatha. It's not as small as Ultra Love or Pylon, so it's a little bit more down the middle. I can see Bunny pulling off an all-in here for sure. From the beginning, I mean, not forced into one like we saw last game. Could see that. So we are setting up. And we'll see if ShoWTimE can recover here. Every game so far, we have seen 3-gate blink out of ShoWTimE. Last game, we saw a more aggressive variation of that, where he was able to get into the bases and pick away at Bunny. We could see that again. Like, there was nothing wrong with the early game of ShoWTimE whatsoever. It was actually looking quite dominant. It's crazy. It's looking very in form. Behind this, ShoWTimE going for his own Twilight Council and getting into his tech of choice. Bunny's being active. Behind this, going for his 1-1-1 follow-up. Again, more of an economic start into his 1-1-1. We did see attempted Banshee play last game, but it didn't really get into gear. Didn't really hit. As we're opening up with a Mind Drop. We have our initial Mind Drop out of Bunny. ShoWTimE back at home, going 3-gate blink Stalker once again. Last game, we went for a faster Robot before expanding. It looks like ShoWTimE is setting up for a faster Nexus this time, though. And Reaper goes down. ShoWTimE has the money for it, and there it is. A third base is on the way. So a greedier build this time out of ShoWTimE, as he will delay his Robo. That does delay detection. And we are indeed going for the add-on assault, but not into Banshee this time, into Raven. Does go for the Raven. Brutal interception. ShoWTimE was already active on the map. He does force back that medevac, and can he chase him down? There's no blink. Thankfully, there's a boost. Bunny gets away. Bunny pulls out. He does get away. And once again, we're just building up on 2 bases. There's the add-on swap into Stim. Is working towards Sim. No tank on the low ground, so SCVs aren't going down. Getting 3 SCV kills, not bad. Gets 3 workers. There's a Forge for +1. Gateway Explosion. Now, we have seen ShoWTimE go Colossus every game so far in the series. We'll see if that trend continues. We'll see if he goes into Storm at some point. Colossus once again. Okay. Seems to be his more preferred style, at least so far. Three games in a row. 3 games in a row going for Colossus. Let's go. ShoWTimE is setting up back at home. Does set up, does zone away the Raven. Bunny, we're waiting to see if he throws down extra Raxes. At this point, especially because we're now loading into some of the smaller maps, he has the option to throw down 2 more Raxes and just pull the boys and commit. As he's swapping out 2 tanks. Doesn't make a third. So no additional tank production. We're leading towards another expansion. ShoWTimE is building up his Colossus, does catch the medevac. That goes down. So far, there's going to be 1 Colossus in time to defend. Oh, nice, very nice reaction out of ShoWTimE. Does react, but he will lose one of the Stalkers. And here comes the move out. Bunny, he's pushing ShoWTimE out of position. He does not see this. He doesn't slow it down. This is the ideal for Bunny. Sneaking up on the expansion. ShoWTimE getting caught with his pants down. And Bunny, he does siege. Yeah, he's sieging up within range. The Colossus has arrived. Can ShoWTimE get on top of this? He has the Water Cells, but they're slow. Yeah, no charge. No charge. One tank goes down. Nice target firing. He gets one. He gets both tanks. And ShoWTimE holds. ShoWTimE, he does hold on. Ooh, even punishing the medevacs. ShoWTimE survives. Behind this, third TC is on the way. Bunny going to be expanding. Going to back off, expand, get into a longer game. Again, Bunny, he's been a little more tame than I'm used to seeing him. I was harping a lot at the start of the series. They're like, oh, no, I expect like 2 base all-ins and non-stop 2 base all-ins. Every game so far, third TC. I mean, I guess we saw a 2 base all-in last game, but he was forced into it more than anything. Didn't look like the initial plan in game 2. Bunny's rotating. Building up more Vikings. Again, he's aware of the Colossus. Just like on Tokamak, we should be working up towards the 4th base, extra gases, and a 2nd robo. As Bunny's also trying to confirm. Trying to figure out, does he need ghosts? Does he have to stop Viking production? ShoWTime's moving out. He's hit his power spike. 3 Colossus. He's built up to 3. Prism is on the way to reinforce. And ShoWTiME can now move out. He's now being active. Bunny is aware. Bunny's up to 7 Vikings. A solid Viking count. Oh, I say that 1 Viking goes down. Losing 2. Nice snipe. As Bunny overextends. 2 Vikings do full. Auto turret harass in the main. Let's go for the auto turrets. And here comes that first disruptor. The Novas are coming. The ball's back. Oh, as ShoWTiME goes for the dive. Bold move. Yeah, breaks through those Widow Mines. Widow Mine shots don't quite connect. Force fields, though, does have to back off. His own armies is just getting choked up. He's getting choked up. He has to back up. Has to pull away. Does save the Colossus. Reset the Viking count, true. That's what matters most here. No more Vikings. Colossus, they can just have their way with this army. Going for the warp in as well. Nice spread, but there are 3 Colossus. Oh god. The lasers just mowed through the bio army. Marines go down. GG gets called. ShoWTiME, he claims the fight even without the disruptor. And ShoWTiME takes a 2-1 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Very solid play there out of ShoWTiME. Bunny, unfortunately, he did engage a little bit early. It was unfortunate as well that he lost Vikings before the fight, so it did lose a lot of Vikings. They tried to collapse in, but as we saw, the Vikings were the first thing to go down. The force fields, they zoned away the ground army, so Vikings were exposed, and Bunny lost every single Viking, which means there was no answer for the Colossus, and that was 3 Colossus just getting free damage on the bio army the entire fight. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. Oh. As we are getting into our next game. As we're loading into a very old map. Jeez, I say very old. I think it was around the year of Golden Aura, actually. Maybe the season after that. Yeah, more of a recent map, I should say. Welcome to Hecate. It's been a while. It's been a while. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. Can he go all the way? It is a Bunny. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Sentinels. It is a ShoWTiME. It's been a while. I mean, it hasn't been that. I think it's been like a year, maybe. When was Hecate in the map pool? 2023? maybe 2 years. Maybe 2 years since we've seen Hecate, but Hecate is an interesting one. I think I remember seeing like Oliveira playing on Hecate. Like for some reason that comes to my mind at least. It's been a while, but Hecate does have some unique features here. It is a large map. True, is a larger map in the map pool. Very defendable on 3 and 4 bases. The reason for this here, as you can see, we have a ramp coming into the 3rd. We have a ramp coming into the natural, which is also very narrow, and of course the 4th base also has a ramp coming into set 4th. So the 4 base setup is relatively secure here on Hecate. The center of the map has so many choke points, as you can see here, with the bridges, with the rocks as well, with more bridges, more rocks, more ramps. It can actually be quite difficult being active on the map and pushing out without getting caught. It can be very difficult. So we often did see a lot of longer and later games on Hecate as a result. Racks expand. Economic open out of bunny. Last we'd obviously longer games. And we'll see how Bunny will approach this. Bunny, he's been relatively, tame so far in this series. I mean, when it comes to the mid game, he's had certainly strong timings for sure. But I mean, last game, unfortunate miscontrol when it came to the army. He was bleeding out so many Vikings, so the army just kind of fell apart. ShoWTimE once again was looking very comfortable in all 3 games, actually. But we'll see. I think what's also surprising me about the map order so far in this series is that we're getting into a lot of large maps, which means Bunny can't really get too aggressive here because of the veto process. So Twilight Council has been thrown down. Getting to a take of choice. Oh, the CC's going to be delayed. Ay, ay, ay. That was 1 second away from finishing. Oh, God. So a shaky start here from Bunny. As he will lose his building SCV. Shaky start. Not the biggest of deals, but we are building up from here, getting to a 3-1-1 setup, once again getting to tank production. We could go for the add-on swap into Banshee play after this, or go for earlier stim. We'll see what he goes for. Shall see. Back at home, 3-gate blink. This time ShoWTimE is going for the robo before expanding, so a much safer start at a ShoWTimE compared to ley lines. Does mean he'll have access to detection a lot earlier. The observer. Bunny is going for the early drop. Picks up, boost across. No Banshee play. So he is rushing into stim. So earlier stim out of Bunny. Here's going for earlier stim. Stalker's a Jew warp in coming in from behind. Blink is not yet done. But ShoWTimE wants that medevac. He does get away. Medevac pulls out. ShoWTimE, he does delay his 3rd for a moment as, there we go, the Prism has arrived. ShoWTimE is pushing. Yeah, he's pushing out. He does intercept. Blink is 5 seconds away. Oh my god, gets the medevac. Medevac goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal pickup here as the Cyclone falls. The medevac falls as well. A rough start for Bunny. And ShoWTimE, he's not subbing. He's not subbing, not slowing down. Oh. Does run into a tank, true. Tank is holding. Now ShoWTimE, because of Blink Stalkers, he can actually bypass these tanks and go straight for the main. You can see Bunny, he's aware. He's racing back. Racing back to defend. And ShoWTimE doesn't go for it. Doesn't go for the dive. Nice repositioning out of Bunny. He defends. He defends. He holds. Back at home. ShoWTimE never took a 3rd base. Forge on the way for +1. As the Prism comes in from behind. Bunny's being active. Tanks are getting called out. Thankfully, does hold with them. It does hold, and here we go. We pull the boys. This is the Bunny that we know and love. We pull the boys. 2 base all in at a Bunny. It's all or nothing. He pulls everything. I mean, there's a drop in the main base, so he has to pull away from his main mineral line. That means no more reinforcements. Yeah, no economy. Boys are being pulled. A brutal setup here for Bunny. Losing more SCVs. And we spoke about the choke point. The force fields, they completely slow this, and they shut this down. Bunny, he's got to go. He's got to send it up the ramp. And again, Stalker still base trading. Now, Bunny still has a terrifying army, true. Getting on top of the production. He stims in, takes down the pylon, depowers everything at the natural. And ShoWTimE was it a wise move to go across the map. As he will abandon the natural base, he's stuck in the main. And Stalkers across the map, they are killing SCVs, they're taking over the production, true. ShoWTimE does force field. Trying to lure the army in. ShoWTimE, he takes over the main. Bunny, he has nothing, 0 economy, 0 production. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for ShoWTimE. Bunny, he depowers more gateways. That's 5 more gateways depowered. Tanks are slowly moving in. There's a recall back home. And ShoWTimE is going for it. Does commit. Zeltay dive in, they get on top of the Marines, and we're getting on top of the tanks. Yeah, ShoWTimE, he will hold, he will shut this down, takes out all the workers, the tanks, GG gets called, and ShoWTimE will take the series 3-1, taking down Bunny and advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played, very impressive play there by ShoWTimE, very solid play as well. Coming into this, ShoWTimE was, again, more of a favorite player here. Bunny, he has had a little bit of a harder time, especially in this matchup as of late. I think what's most impressive here, of course, as I'm sure you notice, is that at no point did ShoWTimE ever go into Storm. I know a lot of people, I mean, for good reason, like energy overcharge and Storm has been prevalent, very prevalent in the meta in regards to this matchup especially, but we saw ShoWTimE, he never got into High Templar, he never got into Storm. Not against Terran, not against Bunny. He was instead a lot more reliant on Colossus. He went for a robo-heavy follow-ups into Bay, into Colossus, into Disruptors. It was a lot more old school. It was a lot more old school, a lot more 2024, you know, just before the Storm meta, if you will. And ShoWTimE, he was able to shut Bunny down. A very impressive play here. What's also impressive is that it's not like he was relying upon said Colossus or said robo play. Early on, he was very active with his Stalkers. He was punishing Bunny, catching medevacs, catching drop play, out positioning Bunny, picking him apart, and just, yeah, tearing him apart with just non-stop counterattacks, aggression, and positional play. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive performance there out of ShoWTimE. Very impressive. And with that, ShoWTimE does advance on to the grand finals to face off against El Chamaco, papi. Cham, of course, has been patiently waiting. And because Cham is coming in from the upper bracket, Cham, he will have a 1-point advantage. He will have that advantage. But until then, we are going to be going on a very short break. I should also emphasize best of 7. Best of 7 grand finals, 1-point advantage for Cham. It's going to be an intense one. There is a bit of a history between Cham and ShoWTimE. We'll get into it after this short break. After this very short break, then we get into our final match of the evening. See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals, those grand finales here of the OSC mid-season playoffs. It has been an intense and very long tournament as well. For those who don't know, this tournament started back in April. Like that's how big this tournament is. It's like a massive bracket, double elimination. Who did we feature for this tournament? We had players like Bunny, players like Björn, Shin, Solar as well, Luna C, MaNa, Rebellion, Shameless, SKillous, Trigger, and many others were all taking part in this tournament. Out of all that I mentioned have fallen. They've all fallen. Some of the big favorites as well. Bunny is out, Björn is out, Solar is out, Shin also out of the tournament. And who remains? An unlikely duo. I mean, ShoWTimE was one of the favorites coming in, for sure. You know, he's one of the best Protoss players in Europe. But of all players, Cham, El Chamaco, papi, ay. Cham from Latino America, from Mexico, he comes out on top. And Cham, it wasn't an easy run. Cham, who did he beat? He beat Solar, he beat Cristiano, he beat Solar, he beat MaNa, he beat Bunny to make it to the grand finals from the upper bracket. He had an insane run, an insane performance. But how does he fare against ShoWTimE? ShoWTimE is a very different kind of player, and there is some history between these two. If you remember, we actually casted these two face off in a best of 5 not that long ago. Last week they faced off. Do you remember what happened, by the way? If you weren't watching, well, what were you doing, papi? The preliminary stage of Maestros of the game. Actually, I think I can show it off here and now. I don't mind giving some context here. But yeah, this is going to be a rematch here as we quickly switch our teams over and catch up on the bracket and catch up on a different bracket, actually. So Maestros of the Game is a big event happening in France, and we covered the group stage. We covered Group A last night. Group B is tonight, of course. And last week we covered this stage, the preliminary stage. This is to determine who makes it into the main event, into the group stage, which again we have been covering. Oh, someone hasn't updated this. But regardless, we did have the preliminary stage, and as you can see, look at that first round, look at that first match. ShoWTimE and Cham, they played last week in a best of 5, and ShoWTimE did take down Cham 3-2, went all the way to the ace match. And I'll be honest, because we were covering the series, Cham almost 3-0'd. Like Cham, he was up 2-0. You can see Cham, he won on Talkback, he won on Persephone. Cham, he was on a tear, and then he fumbled the ball. He got a little bit too excited, he got a little bit too overconfident, went for some cheeses on MaNa. ShoWTimE was able to recover. Cham was also a little bit one note. He was playing very roach heavy, very mid-game oriented, and over the course of the series, ShoWTimE kind of got accustomed to Cham and was able to bring it all the way back and pull off the reverse sweep. ShoWTimE, he did reverse sweep Cham, and ShoWTimE did end up beating him here 3-2, but it was still very close. Surprisingly, so, like again, like Cham's been looking crazy recently. He's been insane. So even here, taking ShoWTimE to the ace match was crazy. That was a week ago. Now they're facing off again, but this time in a best of 7. This time in a best of 7. I still do favor ShoWTimE, but like these results, the results of Cham this tournament and even this previous series from last week as well, show that Cham has it in him to take it to the best of them. It's really impressive to see Cham's recent growth and recent rate of improvement over the past couple of months. It has been very impressive, of course. He's still the underdog, but he achieved so much, making it to the finals. Like, really impressive play out of Cham to make it this far. We'll see if he can go further. We'll see if he can just take the entire thing. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. As we're jumping into a best of 9, and as a reminder as well, coming into this, Cham is already up 1-0. He's already up 1-0 because he comes in with a +1 advantage, because he comes in from the upper bracket. So he does have that advantage, and here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into ley lines. Okay, let's go. Let us go. As welcome on also the grand finals of the OSC 2025 mid-season playoffs number 1, and spawning in the right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the German Protoss player. We have the German Protoss. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the Mexican Zerg representing Xeritus Esports. It is Cham. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Again, coming into this, ShoWTimE is still the heavy favorite. I mean, hey, he took down some big names already. Took down SKillous, took down SHIN, took down Bunny to make it here to the grand finals. ShoWTimE is looking very, very strong, very in form, of course. Likewise, Cham has shown us in recent times he can take maps and potentially even series off of ShoWTimE, but my big concern is something that I just mentioned, if you recall, when discussing what happened the last time they played, is that Cham was a little bit one-note. Like, he was able to catch ShoWTimE off guard with some Roach all-ins, with some Roach heavy play in the first 2 games, but over the course of the series, as I mentioned, ShoWTimE got used to him. He got used to him, he recognized his play, ShoWTimE started being more defensive, much more defensive, turtling up, and kind of weathering that storm and absorbing the blows of Cham over the course of the series and eventually shut him down. At some points even applying more pressure and punishing Cham early on as well. So coming into this rematch a week later, coming into a best of 7, I would hope that Cham comes in with a different approach, and we'll see if he can, we'll see if he does. Oh boy. As for now, Hatch gas pull, standard opener down to Cham, Cham going for the unnatural natural, meanwhile ShoWTimE across the map going for a standard opener as well. Everything looking as it should, and if you're in the chat, predictions are about to close, so make sure you get your gamba going while you can. Oh, the gamba. Hi. So now we are being active. Link speed is on the way. Cham pulls out of gas, so everything's looking normal for the time being. What are we looking for here? So we're going to be looking for the early tech of choice, looking for either an early Eva chamber, early Roach Warren, Lair first instead. That's kind of what we're checking out here from Cham to see what direction he takes us in. What direction does he take us in for now? Hatchery has been thrown down. Likewise, ShoWTimE, we're expecting Stargate opener into a 3rd base. Against SHIN, we saw that ShoWTimE had some very diverse play. It was only twice where he went early blink, and I want to say only once where he went for a standard game, or maybe twice as well, where he went for a standard kind of game where he went into more of a later blink +1 timing. So ShoWTimE, he was also mixing it up. Was also mixing it up against SHIN. Even going for early charge a couple of times as well. And yeah, sorry, it's just coming back to me that he only played standard once. Only the one time. In that best of 5. I mean, I say standard, like, the other games, I'm saying he was hyperly aggressive or anything, but just, you know, a little bit more out of the norm. And F shading is the main way so far. 3, 4, 5. This is too much. This is too much. 6 drone kills already. Can we get 7? Thankfully not, but 6 drones for Tordeps. A very rough start here for Cham. Cham, he had Lings, he had Queens, he chose not to pull the boys away, and he gets punished for not pulling away his workers. And with that, ShoWTimE kicks things off with a lead. So a strong lead already. The pressure is on Cham. This isn't game-ending damage, but it is brutal. It's a brutal start. Bearing in mind that economic damage early on means more because you have less workers. Early on, in the early game, you have less workers to work with, so every worker kill, it's brutal. Things they dip in. Could be forced back. ShoWTimE going for his counterattack, getting a 3rd Oracle behind this. Opening up triple Oracle. ShoWTimE makes his way into the main. So let's go for a bit of a drive-by. Oh, takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. That's another 2 drones. That's 8 drone kills in total. And here comes a follow-up. Here come the Vanilla Adepts. And again, this isn't meant to end the game, but he can. If Cham is droning, then he can't catch him off guard. ShoWTimE is just not relenting. Shading further in. Shading further into the bases. Kim misses the shade. Does Eva block? Yeah, it does block in time. So far losing just 1 drone. I spoke too soon, losing up to 2, but this was a better trade for Cham. That was 4 adepts. 4 adepts, only 2 drones. Nice defense here by Cham. We're tightening up. Behind this, it was an earlier Roach Horn. So earlier Roach Horn into a Lair and Evo Chamber. If you recall, something that I mentioned about the previous series is we saw a lot of Roach heavy play. We saw a lot of Roach play at the Cham. We're seeing that again. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE, +1 in Glaives? What? Okay. ShoWTimE, we haven't... Okay, I was about to say that this doesn't really make much sense because +1 doesn't really benefit Glaive Adepts. It was a bit of a mistake. So ShoWTimE, we got to calm down. Does have a misclick, cancels Glaive, starts up Blink. Will delay Blink a little bit, true. But this is a standard follow-up here, so it's not like he wants to hit a strong Blink timing anyway. So not the biggest of deals here, as ShoWTimE is taking up quickly here into a Temple Archives, into Storm. Okay. As ShoWTimE moves out, he gets another wave of drone kills. That's going to be another 6 drones. One Oracle will finally not go down. ShoWTimE gets away, preserves all the Oracles. 7 more drone kills. I'm afraid to look. In total, it's been 19 worker kills. 19 drones. And this is getting out of hand. Behind this, Cham is going into Roach Hydra. Hydra Den is done. Getting to +1 range. Roach Hydra is amassing. And all that ShoWTimE has to do is just defend. He's dealt so much economic damage. Just defend, turtle up as best you can. Cannon, shield battery, storm, immortal production, robos on the way. ShoWTimE just has to survive. Survive the aggression. Stalkers do poke in. Picking up a couple of roaches. Yeah, Hydra's going down as well. Cham, he's not quite ready for this. He's trickling in with his army. Yeah, Ling's getting caught by the stasis. One Stalker goes down. And ShoWTimE trades well. He trades well here, but he has to make sure he doesn't overstay his welcome, as the Hydra count is building up. And there are no reinforcements. So ShoWTimE is playing with fire. He has to get the hell out of here. He has to pull away. Does pull out. Does pull away. Another stasis goes off on the Lings. Some more reinforcements have arrived. Now we can just keep pushing. And this might just be too much. This might be too much here. These Hydras, they're exposed. They're going down. Expensive losses here for Cham. Does keep moving out though. Does maintain himself. Storm is done. High Templar, they're gathering energy. Another base is on the way. And Cham, I don't really think he plans on taking up, I'll be honest. He does have 4 bases. He's on 76 drones. But I don't see a pit. I don't see an infestation pit. I don't see a lurker den. I don't see +2. As finally one Oracle goes down. But yeah, Chammy's committing. Yeah, Chammy's doubling down. He's going for an all-in. He's going for a Lair Tech all-in, setting it with Mass Drop Lord as well. This is similar to what we saw at a SHIN, but I don't think SHIN ever went for Roach Hydra all-in. He'd either go for Roach Queen or Link Bane Hydra. Regardless, very similar. So Cham, he has his own flair to it. As Cham, he's maxed out, and again, it's all or nothing. Either he kills ShoWTimE or he dies trying. ShoWTimE, you can see he has a wall of cannons, shield batteries. He's very heavily fortified here at the 4th base. He has some light fortification at the 3rd, and he has some cannons on the way at the natural. This would be the place to push. Again, in between the 3rd and natural base is where ShoWTimE is at his weakest. Drop into the natural. Cham is rotating to the 4th. Uh-oh. This is where ShoWTimE wants to fight. He's got 3 cannons and 3 shield batteries, and stasis traps as well. Cham jumping in. We'll take some storms to the face. And Cham, he does unload. Storms are coming in. Yeah, storms, brutal storms on the main army. Sands in the storms. I mean, there's no way else to kite. Cham, he's gaining some ground. Takes down some of the cannons. A couple of cannons are falling. The drop in the naturals being cleaned up. And here come the storms. Yeah, the High Templar, they were lagging a little bit behind, but ShoWTimE does hold. He holds, he defends. We have a Stargate on the way, Fleet Beacon as well. ShoWTimE gearing up into SkyToss. So Cham behind this, he did drone a little bit, getting into lurkers. So Hive is going to be on the way, lurker tech is on the way. Cham, he is taking out of this and transitioning into a higher tech army, but he was so committed here, and he's still moving out. Oh, shop lords are getting caught. Oh, doesn't sneak away. Rushes back to his natural. Station traps are popping up. So far, ShoWTimE is holding. He's defending. Lurker's buttering in. Oh. And we can see Cham trying to force his way into the natural. I mean, this is a decently strong lurker timing. No lurker upgrades though. No upgrades. Trying to force his way in. ShoWTimE just avoiding the way. Yeah, he just avoids the lurkers. He just goes to the counterattack instead. Back at home, there is nothing to defend. Yeah, there's nothing here. And we're going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade. Cham, he will break the natural. Again, this lurker timing working quite well for him. The lair tech lurkers. Who needs upgrades? Ooh, brutal storms though. Yeah, brutal storms. ShoWTimE, does he recall? What's the plan? He does. Ooh, he recalls on top of the lurkers. He's going for it. He goes to the surround. Zealots come in. Massive storm of the lurkers. And ShoWTimE will just swallow up the entire army. Oh my god, the surround was brutal. And Cham plummets in supply. He still has an army remaining. He still has some lings, some hydras. He has one lurker morphing in, but that was it. That was all that Cham really had. I mean, supplies are still close. They're still quite close. Still neck and neck. Better economy for ShoWTimE. Cham ideally wants to be upper base and up in workers. That's not the case. So ShoWTimE is ahead. And ShoWTimE is building up his SkyToss. Tempest are on the way. Tempest are amassing. Cham, he does target down the base. And he will get it. Not bad. Nexus goes down. Another army on the right hand side. If you notice, Cham, he always has two groups. He's always had like two forces here out on the map, always applying pressure at both locations. Almost always. ShoWTimE, he defends his natural. But again, Cham has still found damage. But he can't sustain himself. Again, he's long distance mining. He needs the base. He needs expansions. That's really what's killing Cham here, is a lack of economy. Just lack of economy. Lack of saturation. Sure, we have a Spire. It's finishing up, but Cham, how many Corruptors can he really afford? Spire is good. Corruptors are ideal. But Cham needs money. For now, getting to Vipers. We have Groove Spines on the way. Getting into lurker range. And ShoWTimE is going to be the first to max. Going to be the first to max out, the first to push. It's going to be quite a move out as well. Okay, what do we have? 4 lurkers. We got 4 lurkers. We're going to have 1 Corruptor. We have 2 Vipers on the way. Sorry, they're just not popping out. But Cham, he cannot mine at this expansion. Yeah, no shot. This space is so abusable from the low ground. So 0 mining here out of Cham. Storm on the Hydras. Zealots peel towards the left-hand side. And this base is one of the big reasons why late game against Protoss can be so difficult. This is applicable to both Zerg and and for Terran as well. Like maintaining this base, the southern center bases as well, against the SkyToss army is so difficult. And ShoWTimE, you just rotate. You just rotate back and forth, knock down more bases. Remember, ShoWTimE is maxed. Oh, we do get a Hydra drop. Coming into the natural. Let's go. Hydra say drop in. It's a kill, not a cancel. It's a kill in the hatchery. Cham dropping into the main. ShoWTimE reacts. Unfortunately, ShoWTimE is max, so he can't really warp in too much. But he's got Tempest. Yeah, he's got reinforcements. Prison's being chased down. ShoWTimE once again, all he has to do is just deny the base. Just deny the hatchery. Cham is slowly maxing out. He's getting there. For the Tempest, they have free reign. Where are the Corruptors? They're coming in. And Corruptors out of position. We're busy with the War Prism. Storm here, he is moving in. Oh! Storm's run away. Oh god. It's ShoWTimE, calm down. Calm down, Patrick. Moving into the Lunkers. Again, that's how many? That's 10 Lurkers. At the same time, though, there's not much of him to defend. 11 drones going down. The base is going down as well. I mean, Cham, impressive that he was able to stabilize somewhat and build up an army. But it's still an uphill battle. Nice abduction. Does get 2 Vipers. Tempest. Does get a handful of Tempest. 5 in total going down. Cham, he's holding on. He's holding. Speaking of 2 groups being active, ShoWTimE moving in, catching out some of the Hydras. Nice trades here out of ShoWTimE, trading out Zealots for Hydras, Minerals for gas. So we have attempted Lurker Harass, Nidus as well. Chammy's forcing ShoWTimE all the way back home, but GG gets called. The writing has been on the wall for a while, and ShoWTimE does take game number 1, tying things up 1-1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. We are tied up, and with that, we're getting into a series. We have a back and forth. What I will say, though, is again, I was really impressed by Cham's ability to survive and to tech out of the all-in as well. That's something that SHIN couldn't do, or was never really set up for, is whenever he went for his own 3 to 4 base all-in, his lair tech all-in with Mass Ling Hydra, once it failed, it would fail in such a way that he just didn't really have any kind of follow-up. Meanwhile, Cham, he was able to tech up. He was able to tech out of it, tech into Hive, tech into Lurkers. He had a strong Lurker timing thereafter as well. He got swallowed up, and it did fall on its face, but again, Cham, he was able to hold his own for a time. GG. GG, well played. With that, ShoWTimE does tie the series up, and with that, we're getting into game number 3. Gonna be loading into MaNa. Let's go. We are loading in. Meanwhile, Hyper1 in the chat. Ay. We do have some, we have some, not just replays, but some round of 28 replays. Okay, let's go. Unfortunately, don't have any time to cover it this weekend, especially because of Masters of the Game, but we should have a viewer replay cast soon, TM. Quickly double checking here. I believe next week we have some free slots. Yeah, we should have some free slots available for some viewer replay coverage. So we got you. Next week. As here we go, as we're getting into our next game, as we're getting to game number 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of MaNa, we have the German Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Sentinels. Tying up the series, it is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player, we have the blue Zerg representing Xeritus Esports. It is a Cham. We go. So we are setting up. Again, welcome on also MaNa. MaNa being one of the larger maps in the map pool. The style that we saw last game at a Cham going Roach Hydra, a very heavy commitment into Roach Hydra with drop play, followed by Lurkers, is what we saw a lot of in their initial series last week. And it did actually catch ShoWTimE off guard a couple of times. We did have a back and forth here. We'll see if Cham can pull it off again, or if he has something different up his sleeve. As we load into a larger map, this is where something like Spire play is still once again applicable, is still viable to get into. Bienvenidos, Houdini. Bienvenidos. So from here we are settling in. Hatch gas will open at a Cham. We're expecting Stargate play at a ShoWTimE. Now, when it comes to ShoWTimE being more defensive here on MaNa, it can be a little bit harder. We spoke about this previously, but MaNa, the bases are very spread out, so defending on 4 and 5 bases can be a little bit more difficult if your opponent has map control. So that can factor in a longer game. Go. As we have our Stargates again into a standard opener so far. And we'll see if Cham can tighten up his early game defense. I think something that I'm most surprised by as well when it comes to last game is that Cham, remember, he lost how many drones? 19. He lost 19 workers coming into the early to mid game. And I mean, Cham, he was able to recover somewhat. Able to recover, able to bounce back, able to make a series or make a game out of it regardless. I'm hoping he can tighten up his defense though. Because we can't lose that many workers, man. It can't happen. As the Eps do poke in. Poke into the bases. Oracle's on the way. And we'll see if Cham goes for roaches once again. See in the chats. Hey, Crank. Crank is someone else. I know there may be some newer viewers to the channel, but Crank is J1 Choi. He's a Korean Protoss player. Here we are the CranKy Ducklings. And I'm Light. Or Light, back. Light. What is this tournament? This is a major online event. It's a 3,000 AUD prize pool, 2,000 USD prize pool. Big prize pool. We got some insane players here. Solar, Shin, Bunny, Byun. All knocked down. All taken out. I do see some people maybe unfamiliar with Cham. If you haven't been watching much StarCraft in recent years, you might not be familiar with Cham. But Cham has been around and he was very prominent and prevalent. Like from 2020, 2021, 2022. Into 2023 as well. I would say that Cham, he is the best player in Latin America at the moment. Over Juanito, over Special. Over Juanito. But here we go. Here we go. We have a triple Oracle into the main. Triple Oracle into that main base. Likewise, behind the standard follow-up here, Twilight Council and Forge for +1 and Blink. Oh, snipes the Queen. Does get a Queen, does get 2. Nice pickoffs here. No major economic damage, but pickoffs nonetheless. As Cham did opt to go for the, once again, early Roach Horn, so Roach Horn into Lair, into Evo Chamber. Slightly later Evo Chambers this time out of Cham, but outside of that, looks like a very similar setup. Very similar to the last game. As Devs are pushing in, this time Cham has no Zerglings, he's going into Roaches. The Roaches are on the way, they're not quite ready. Devs bust in, and drones are going down. Getting up to 4, 5, 6 drone kills. Ay, 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 7 drones. Cham getting caught with his pants down. Again, Cham was cutting corners. He chose not to make Zerglings to make these Roaches, and they came out a couple of seconds too late. Couple of seconds too late here. So 8 drone kills, and the Adepts, they got away. Like, they're still up and running. They're still out there. And we spoke earlier about Cham tightening up his early game, but alas, it's going to be 13 drone kills in the main. Ay, ay, ay. Or 13 in total. And Cham, he's not redroning. He's not redroning. He's got more Roaches on the way. Roach speed, no Evo Chamber upgrade, no +1. And Cham, he might just commit into an all-in. We'll see if he makes more Roaches. Eyes are glued to that production tab. And he's not droning. Yeah, he's not droning up. He has a 4th base just for Larva. So just for Larva, Cham is going for the Ling Roach all in with Roach speed back at home. ShoWTimE, is he ready for this? He's teching. ShoWTimE, he's teching. He's looking to expand. ShoWTimE, he has an army to work with, that is true, but he's not setting up defensively. He has some stack defense here at his 3rd base. Minimal stack defense at the natural. And it's all or nothing for Cham. Cham, he's setting it. He's all in. He's going for the all-in. Started stepping forward. They're catching out some of the Stalkers as well. Not bad. But the Oracles, they just get free damage on the Roaches. And Cham, he's backing up, but he's still not droning. He's still not droning, still very all-in. Catching out more Stalkers. We have 20 Lings in production. And can Cham break through? It's still brutal damage out of these Oracles. Cham pulling away, regrouping. Does regroup. Just massing up more of an army. The Oracles, they are running out of energy, true. There's the energy overcharge on 1. And ideally, Cham does want to catch out ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE's army is revealed on creep. Cham, what's the plan? Coming in from behind. Does go for the counterattack or even the surround. But there are some stasis traps. Depending on their connections, ShoWTimE, he can still take this. Yeah, brutal stasis. Stasis goes off of the Zerglings. And ShoWTimE has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Cham is trying to collapse in. Once again, coming in from behind. These Stalkers, they should be shut down. They're being cornered and it's going to have to recall. It does have to recall out of here. Saves a handful of Stalkers. That's still a lot of losses for ShoWTimE. And this goes, and that's time. Now we gotta commit. We gotta go. We gotta send it. Cham, keep going. Jesus, that's gonna be how many? 25 Stalkers. That's a lot of Stalkers defensively. But Storm is a non-factor. No Storm, no Immortals. Just pure Blink Stalker out of ShoWTimE. Mike starts stepping in, getting on top of the Stalkers. Vials are grazing the army. And Cham getting so close to breaking ShoWTimE here and now. Takes down one of the cannons, takes down the second. 0 cannons left. Shield Vipers out of NG. Just the Stalkers. But Cham is running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of army. He almost breaks through, but ShoWTimE holds. Yeah, ShoWTimE, he should hold here. As there's a couple of Zerglings trickling in. GG gets called. Cham, he runs out of steam, and ShoWTimE will extend his lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played, does extend his lead in the series here. Again, ShoWTimE, he was able to also not just defend, but buy time. Because the Stalkers were out on the map, he was able to buy time, able to set up defensively back at home, get more warp-ins, and just distract Cham. Just distract him out on the map while ShoWTimE got ready for that defense. Warped in more Stalkers, traded well against the Roaches. GG. GG, well played. With that, ShoWTimE does extend his lead here. It was an intense game, but again, time was on ShoWTimE's side. And with that, we're going into our next game here. Up next, we do have Tokamak, another one of these larger maps. We've been getting a lot of these. We've been getting a lot of these larger maps here from Maganatha into Tokamak. Let's go. Let us go. We'll see if Cham can fight back and tie things up. Here we go, spawning in the top of the bottom of the hand corner of Tokamak, we have the German Protoss player. We have the German Protoss himself. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels, leading the series 2-1. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself representing his esports. It is Cham. We go. Once again, the last time they played against each other was last week when they went all the way to the ace match in a best of 5. Here in a best of 7, Cham, the pressure's on. Pressure is on. He still has more room to work with. It is a best of 7, so we have plenty more games ahead of us. But you don't want to allow ShoWTimE to get too much of a lead in the series. Loving the emotes in the chat. Ah, no. All the emotions, Matthew. All the emotions. Hey. So we have our standard opener. Hatch gas pull out of Cham. Once again, we'll see if we can tighten up our early game defense, because last game was also brutal. When Cham, he was skipping Lings, he went for an early Roach Warren, but it was not early enough to defend against the Adepts. And it felt like Cham was forced into the all-in. I don't know if that was always the initial plan, but he was forced into it. And had potential if only ShoWTimE wasn't buying so much time with those Stalkers. Giving him the breathing room he needed. And we'll see how Cham adjusts. He is a Roach boy, so we're expecting Roach play once again. True. Here's what we're expecting. ShoWTimE is going for a Stargate opener. We don't really expect to see ShoWTimE deviate, and going into Glaives would be very risky against Cham, just because of his Roach heavy style. He's not really one that skips or delays Roaches, so you don't want to get baited into Glaives. ShoWTimE dips in. So 2 Adepts have arrived. 2 Adepts, remember, they can one-shot workers. And they meet up at the natural. Going for the shade. Does commit. It does commit and gets one. One drone goes down. Quick gas geyser. Saves the other. And Cham, he will hold. Does hold for the time being. I spoke too soon. Shade's back into the main base. More drones going down. Boys are being pulled. And this is getting a little bit out of hand. 4 drone kills. 4 drones, 4 links for 2 Adepts. Nice trade for ShoWTimE. A nice start. As the Oracle does move out. ShoWTimE is just building up his oracles, getting his third base up and running, just settling into a longer game state. Cham does invest a little bit heavily here into these Zerglings, but he can't really get much done. There are 3 devs back at him to defend. ShoWTimE holds. Does hold, does defend. Oracles, they dip in between the bases, they catch a couple of transferring drones. 2 drone kills, 3, 4, 5, oh god, 5 drones! 5 drones go down. Once again, a better start for ShoWTimE. Can Cham ever get out of the early game with a nice worker lead? It's like it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Ah, no. As ShoWTimE's not done, by the way. He's up to 3 oracles. He's moving out with his 4 adepts. He wants more. He wants more. Oh, it's another drone. It's another. I believe Cham, for the first time this series, is skipping his Roach Warren. Yeah, no Roach Warren. Going for the Eva Chamber. Going for the Lair. His plan might be to go Ling Hydra. Speaking of, is this another misclick? I'm curious. I mean, ShoWTimE, he sees no Roach Warren. True. He sees no Warren. Ah, yeah, it was second time. It was another misclick. Going into Blink Stalkers. It's happened twice now for ShoWTimE. Aye. And we have the answer. We're skipping Roaches. We are indeed going into Ling Hydra with early +1 range. So committing into Ling Hydra. Now this can lead into a 3-base all-in off of around 70 workers, or we could even start to take up into lurkers and try to hit like a +2 timing instead. Jamie's got a couple of options with how he wants the pieces all together. Does he take up or not? Back at home, Temple Archives into Storm. Storm is going to be on the way. Cham is amassing his Hydras. He's currently working at 72. 72 drones. +1 is about to kick in. We'll see if he drones up his fourth base any further. Otherwise, it's just purely Ling Hydra. Otherwise, he's going to commit. Making more Overlords. Still not droning. Still not taking either. Hydra speed has begun. We can see ShoWTimE setting up defensively back at home. Throwing down cannons, shield batteries, stasis traps. And at this point, Cham is going for it. Yeah, he's just going for it. Massing in more Hydras. He's choosing not to tech. Choosing not to drone. He's going for the lair tech all in. This is actually quite similar to how SHIN was approaching this. I say similar. The difference here is that there's no melee upgrade and there's no bailiness and bailing speed. Instead, we're pretty fixated on the Hydra upgrades. All 3 Hydra upgrades are finishing. Speed, range, and +1. So there's a big focus here on Hydras. And ShoWTimE is taking up into Sky Toss. Cham, he has to end it here and now. How many Storms? How many had Templar? 6. Jesus. That's going to be 6 Templar. The Oracles are across the map. Cham, can he get on top of the Templar? He's going in. Tanks 1 Storm. Tanks a Storm, pushes forward. High Templar out of position. And there's barely any stack defense here. Yeah, no cannons, no shield batteries, just the 1. Storms will help, but really it's only purely Storm. Yeah, there's no other support. No other support. ShoWTimE is being greedy. ShoWTimE taking to Sky Toss, and it's too much. Yeah, it's going to be too much here. Cham, he's breaking through. Takes down the Stalkers, takes down most of the mineral line. Again, it's only Storm. That's all there is. And GG gets called. Cham, he will tie the series up 2-2. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ShoWTimE being so greedy here, cutting corners and rushing into Sky Toss, staying on a very low army supply. He had a lot of Storm, but again, it's all he had. He had no support for his High Templar. He had no Stalkers, no Zealots, and he was lacking side defense as well. Just too much greed out of ShoWTimE. GG. GG, well played. At Cham, he does bounce back. We have a series. We have a back and forth. We are tied up 2-2 in this best of 7, and who will take the lead is the question. Up next, we're going to be loading into Persephone. And once again, every game, by the way, ShoWTimE has had a better early game. Like, ShoWTimE has been killing a bunch of workers. Every game so far. But Cham is able to, I mean, for most of the games, ShoWTimE has won as a result. But Cham has been going for these all-ins as a follow-up and has been catching ShoWTimE at times off guard. Can he do it again? As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the red Protoss player. We have the German Protoss. Oh. Representing Sentinels, being forced into a tied series. It is a ShoWTimE. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Xeritus Esports. Oh, it is Cham. Going for a 14 hatch. Okay. Interesting. Now, a 14 hatch, this is a little bit old school. If you remember, 14 hatch openers were very common and very prevalent a couple of years ago, before like the 1515 really hit the field. This is an alternate way to get your hatchery on location without getting pylon blocked. The hatchery is fast enough where when the probe arrives, they cannot block in time to stop the hatchery from being thrown down. So again, does go for the 14 hatch. And is opening up gasless. Ooh. Okay. Bold move. So going hatch pull into delayed gases from the side of Cham. Now, gas isn't the most important upgrade here in ZVP. Important upgrade. Gas and link speed isn't the most important upgrade in ZVP, just because there's no big like power spike with link speed. You can technically defend with purely slow links and queens against the adepts. It's not as easy, but is possible. And with this kind of opener, we might even preserve the gas, skip link speed, and go into something different. Go into a faster lair, go into a faster Eva chamber, go into a faster Roach Warren. So curious to see where the gas is going to be spent. Likewise, with this probe scout, ShoWTimE also knows that link speed is going to be delayed, so ShoWTimE can cut corners. Typically, what this means is that ShoWTimE, usually when you get your third base, when you go Stargate open into a third base, you leave your adepts at home to defend, right, against the link run by, because speedlings can force a cancel if your adepts aren't in position, and sometimes even if your oracle isn't in position. But because link speed is going to be delayed, it means that ShoWTimE, he can choose not to keep his adepts at home and move out instead for more economic damage. So ShoWTimE, he has that choice to make. On top of that, with later gases, are we tempted to go into glaives as a follow-up? Maybe. That might be on the table. Third base is being taken. Cham, he does get 100 gas, so it looks like he should be going into link speed. There we go. Link speed is on the way. Delayed. So delayed link speed out of Cham. Fred Lambert say that if they Chrono Stalkers, you can't take a third with gasless. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely ways to abuse this, for sure. For sure. I'm not sure with the timings, but I mean, if that's what Lambo says, then I tend to agree. Sure. Could even punish a third. Thankfully, ShoWTimE does make adepts, not stalkers, so there won't be a punishment of the third base, but he can still try to commit into these mineral lines. Third base is on the way, and as we mentioned, the adepts are across the map. Oh, with that, getting a couple of drones so far, nothing major. Getting 3 drones. I was thinking of what word to use. Defer. I'd defer to Lambo for sure. There you go. I was like, refer? I was like, what? That's the episode. Do shade in. Lings are in position. Despite that, nice target firing, getting up to 5, 6 drone kills. Yes, 6, we get 7, we do. 7 drones do go down. The Oracle is still alive, doesn't commit into the mineral line, but alas, nice damage nonetheless. Second Oracle moves out, and here comes a counterattack from Cham as he's losing even more drones. 10 drone kills, 11. 11 drones going down. What is their home to defend? 2 adepts. 2 adepts are in position. They can buy time. The Oracle's racing back home. And there's a 3rd Oracle to defend. Yeah, ShoWTimE is fine. He's fine. He defends his 3rd base. And that's a brutal start for Cham, losing 12 workers. Ay, ay, ay. Cham literally early spores. Yeah, he did decide to delay his spores in favor of queen defense, but he gets punished for it. Oh, losing another 3 drones. That is going to be how many? 15 drone kills in total. A very nice start for ShoWTimE. But again, every game in this series, we have had a better start for ShoWTimE. Without fail. Every game between 10 and like 19 drone kills. It's been happening. And he's still not done. Behind this, standard time with +1 and blink. +1 and blink on the way. There's some moving out. From here, ShoWTimE just taking up. He's taking up into Storm. But again, because the early map control that he has, he can just contain Cham early on. And once again, what do we see out of Cham? No Roach Warren. No Roach Warren is going at Ling Hydra. This is actually looking very similar to what we just saw last game. Very similar to last game. Going pure Ling Hydra. Later Eva Chamber. There's a higher chance it's going to be +1 range, not +1 melee. Nice catch on some of the adepts. ShoWTimE does catch a queen. He scouts the tech. He sees, he knows. And this time we expect ShoWTimE to be more defensive. Last game, the big issue was he was skipping warp pins in favor of taking up into Sky Toss. Here we just have to calm down, build up on 3 bases. As Hydra speed is on the way. Again, we were expecting range, and there it is, range as well. It's the same build. I say same build. It's going in the same direction as the last game. So massing up with Ling Hydra. Last game, Cham did cut workers at around 72. He didn't take his gases at the 4th. He didn't fully saturate his 4th base either. We'll see if Cham drones up a little bit more this time. Gets up to 74. Oh. Hydras are amassing. I will say the +1 range is a little bit later this game. So it's going to be a later timing. Cham getting supply blocked, and Cham is making 7 overlords, and I don't think he plans on droning. Yeah, he's going for the push. Cham is setting up. This time ShoWTimE is throwing down cannons, shield batteries. This time he will have a much stronger setup. Let's go. 2 more cannons, another shield battery. This time ShoWTimE will take it seriously. And of course he scouted the tech as well, so he knows, for the most part. He hasn't seen lack of saturation at the 4th, which would be confirmation. But he sees the army. More relations, no hive. And Cham, he'll mass up a massive army. And it's on ShoWTimE to warp in as much as he can and hold on. Rover's on the way for Immortals. Charge lots are amassing as well. Oh, nice catching a couple of Hydras. Got 3. 3 Hydras go down. And here he comes. Here comes Cham. They're getting drawn up a little bit more this time, but the end goal is the same. Purely Ling Hydra hits with Hydra range, Hydra speed, and +1 range. This time ShoWTimE is better prepared. Yeah, Storm does connect. Raising the army. Cham coming in from behind. Yeah, sets up for the surround. At least he attempts to. Storms, they do graze the army. We have more storms coming in from behind. Yeah, massive storms. Oh my god. Storms, they shut down the Hydras, and this all-in is nowhere near as impactful. This time, ShoWTimE defends. He defends back at home. He defends his 4th base. The longer this game goes on, the worse it is for Cham. And the idea of going for the same build 2 games in a row, not against ShoWTimE. Not against the now, but no. So has plenty of storms behind this. Pushing forward, cleans up most of the Lings. Oh. Does land a storm. And that's how many High Templar? 9. Jeez, he has 9 High Templar. And now he throws down the Fleet Beacon. If you recall, last game he had the Fleet Beacon thrown down as the aggression began. But here it's after the aggression ends. After it concludes. And I say that Cham is still all in. He's still massing up more Lings than Hydras. If ShoWTimE isn't too careful, then he can be caught out. He has to be so careful not to be too greedy here. It's tempting to tech, but Cham is still all in, and Cham is maxed. He's maxed out his up 40 supply. Remember, the soup does lie. Defensively, ShoWTimE has the advantage. Just has to fight with the cannon, shield battery, with the high ground as well. Cham knocking down those rocks. ShoWTimE does notice. He does notice. He pulls away. Pulls back. Tempest production has begun. Cham morphing in a wave of banelings. Getting into baneling speed and +2. Oh, as Tempests are revealed, Cham, he knows that it's looking a little bit bleak here. As currently there's no good answer for the Tempest. Zealots, they get across the map, drones are going to be going down, and we gotta go, we gotta send it. The storms they connect. Oh my god, the storms, they blanket everything. Storms, they shut down the Hydras, they shut down the Ling Bane. And Cham's army, it melts. It absolutely melts. GG gets called, and ShoWTimE will extend his lead in the series 3-2. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Cham. He did begin his comeback last game, but here going for the same build is not a wise choice. At this level of play, your opponent is going to be adapting to you, is going to be recognizing these builds, and will be approaching you in a safer manner. So ShoWTimE, he did recognize that, hold up, you're massing up Ling Hydra again. This time, let's calm down, throw down cannons, shield batteries, warp in more High Templar, warp in more Zealots. Let's hold off on the Sky Toss and make sure that we're safe this time. And with that, GG. GG, well played. ShoWTimE, he learns from the previous game, and with that, he does extend his lead, or does take a lead, and with that, ShoWTimE is 1 game away from claiming the series. The pressure's on Cham here and now to take the game and force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. We're going to be loading into our next game. We're going to be loading into Oceanborn. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Exertis Esports. It is Cham. We go. Whew. And again, thankfully we do have a back and forth series nonetheless. have seen both our players excel in their own way, but something that we've seen Cham struggle with the most in this series, and this was applicable to the previous series as well, in that best of 5 during my assist of the game, is early game defense. That seems to be the big weak point for Cham, as without fail every game he's been losing at least 10, sometimes up to 19 drones due to Adept and Oracle harass. We got to tighten up, Pappy. We got to tighten up. Again, we have taken note, of course, that Cham at times will delay spores, relying on queen defense. At times, he even cuts corners, skipping link production to get into roaches as well. But every time he's attempted this, has been punished. So we'll see if Cham can tighten up that early game, can defend early on, and actually come out with a worker lead coming into the mid game, because that has just not happened at all in this series. Even the games that he's won, typically coming in at a deficit into that mid game. Here we go. Manifesting Cham Sports. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, it isn't just about the Oracle defense, but the Adept defense as well, right? Also about the Adepts. Gotta bring it together. For now, Stargate opener out of ShoWTimE. As we have our initial Adept move outs. Stargate's on the way. We're now building up. Starting into Oracle once again. We have yet to see ShoWTimE really deviate too much. Even against SHIN, he was mixing in these more safer builds, going into earlier Blink. That has not been the case here for Cham. Against Cham, ShoWTimE just going triple Oracle into +1 Blink, into Storm, into just more defensive play. After the aggressive early game, to be fair. So moving out with more Adepts. ShoWTimE, he wants those drone kills. He wants them. As the Oracle is out. Once again, Cham, he is going to be skipping spores. They do attempt to engage. Shades into the main base. Drone's going to be going down. Gets 1 so far. Gets 2. Nothing major. 2, 3 drone kills. The Oracle comes from behind, getting up to 5, 6 drones. Yeah, 6, 7 drones going down. The Oracle should pull away. It does barely get away in time, getting an 8th drone. And Adepts, they even escape. Adepts, they escape as well. They do pull out. Nice run by here from ShoWTimE. Gets 8 drones, 4 links for 1 Adept. So far, so good. He's still not done. Second Oracle's coming out. 3rd Oracle's on the way. ShoWTimE moving in. We have 2 queens at the 3rd. Oh, Oracle taking a lot of hits. 2 more drones. 10 in total. And that is a faster Twilight Council. Okay, for the first time. For the first time this series, earlier Twilight Council out of ShoWTimE. Do we plan on going into earlier Blink? On Oceanborn, it makes sense. Winding back, I didn't even get to talk about it, but Oceanborn, welcome one and all. It's been a long time since Oceanborn has been in the tournament map pool. Oceanborn was known for a lot of queen walks across the map, a lot of German taxis, was very, very in the meta back in the day. As he rushes, his bike ground is shorter and the 3rd base is more exposed. Adepts, they do shade in. Glaives again? Chrono, this, okay, intentional. Glaives into Forge and +1. Interesting. Now, unfortunately for ShoWTimE, we have Roaches. Roach Horn is already on the way. If it was Ling Hydra, then I would really actually prefer this. Glaive Adepts can pop off. But we'll see if Cham can recognize what's going on. As we have a gateway explosion. More gates on the way. Adepts are amassing. And Cham has a roach warren. He has +1 range in production. Where are the roaches? that's my big question. Cham is droning. Cham, he's droning. He is investing into roach upgrades. There we go. We have 3 roaches on the way. If the roach count is too low, then these adepts, they will pop off. Ooh, 1 oracle goes down. Nice catch. Gets 1 oracle. The other 2 do get away. Does pull out, does get away at the same time. Here comes the Master Depths. Pushing into the bases. It does move out. Roaches are in position. And so far, Cham is holding. So far, Cham is keeping up. Shades into the 3rd. Ooh, the boys are being pulled. Drones are going down. This is 3 Adepts. 3 Adepts, they get 4. They get, oh, just 4. 4 drone kills. Nothing major. Cham is holding. Cham is holding on. ShoWTimE has to buy time for Blink. Blink is on the way. And after Cham's defense, he can't counterattack. He can just move out across the map and try to end it. As he's going to be losing more drones. Over 8 drone kills. 21 in total. ShoWTimE, he pulls back, and that is going to be a lot of roaches for Cham. He's got 28 roaches and 10 more on the way. Cham, he's not droning. He's not droning of his 4th base. He's not saturating. He has a 5th base as well, just for larva. And it's all or nothing for Cham. He ignores the main army. He's going for the counterattack back at home. There's some stalkers to defend. Hatchery goes down. Cham is moving in. But there's a recall. Does recall back home. Nice stasis traps. Catching out the roaches. And ShoWTimE, he defends well. ShoWTimE, he makes it back. He's throwing down a wall of cannon, shield batteries. These stalkers are buying time. That's all they're doing here. They're just buying time for ShoWTimE. Pulls back. Distracts the entire army. And remember, the longer this goes on, the better it is for ShoWTimE. He has cannons on the way, shield batteries on the way, +2 as well. Immortal production. Throwing out even two fresh stasis traps. And Cham is maxed. Cham is maxed out. He's up 70 supply. But remember, the soup does lie. This is a very inefficient army. Very supply inefficient. Oh! Stasis traps. No major connections. Roach is moving in. Files a zone away. Cham falling back. Getting on top of some of the cannons. Sorry, ShoWTimE falling back. Does fall back. Cannon's going to be going down. Shield barrier is going to be piled. Roaches are moving in, but there's one immortal. And there's one immortal at the natural. And ShoWTimE is holding on. He's holding back. The power of the immortal. We'll lose the 4th. The 4th should go down. Oh, but this may just be a one-way trip. So many stalker reinforcements. ShoWTimE, he can just chase these roaches down, and he will. And that's going to be the death of the army. The death of this army here. Cham, he has to get out of here. Get out of here. And more roaches falling. Immortal moves in. Oh, with those reinforcements, though. Does punish. And Cham is still not training, by the way. He's still not saturating. He's transferring workers over. He's not making any workers. +1 melee's on the way. Bailey Nest is on the way. Interesting. Trying to get into Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Storm has been a non-factor in this defense. Again, the Immortal is here. Dies on the Immortal. Nice target firing. Immortal goes down, but there's so many stalkers. So many stalkers. ShoWTimE, he can soon just blink on the army. As the Roach Cannon is being thinned out, there's the blink, there's the dive. And GG gets called. Cham, he runs out of steam, he runs out of army, and ShoWTimE, he will take the series 4-2, becoming the OSC 2025 mid-season playoffs #1 champion. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. ShoWTimE does claim it. Cham had a good showing here in this tournament. Cham, he popped off. He took down Solar. He took down Bunny. He even took games off of ShoWTimE as well. But last ShoWTimE, he had an insane performance in the lower bracket. Not easy, not easy. There's a world where ShoWTimE isn't even here. Remember, in those previous matches, ShoWTimE, he went all the way to the ace match against both SKillous and against SHIN as well. Like, it was really close matches versus SHIN and SKillous. We had some very clutch back and forth, went all the way to the ace match, so it was not an easy road. ShoWTimE was looking a lot more dominant against Bunny for sure, but against SHIN and SKillous, it was a lot more shaky, a lot more up in the air. Here against Cham, we also had a little bit of a back and forth, but Cham, he was again, he was maybe a little bit too heavily reliant on certain builds as ShoWTimE was adapting over the course of the series. It was playing very, very safe, was able to recognize certain all-ins as well and set up for them back at home. Really solid defensive play out of ShoWTimE, but not just that, shout out to ShoWTimE's early game aggression. We spoke about it, but every game without fail, he would get at least 10s, usually much more than that, drone kills at the start of the game with the Adepts and with the Oracle Harass as well. Something that definitely Cham was struggling with throughout the course of the entire series. GG. And that was slowing him down when it came to the all-ins, when it came to any kind of macro play, was all slowing him down. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to ShoWTimE, but a shout out to Cham for making it to the finals and for taking down some big names to make it to the finals as well. So GG, well played. Congratulations. Ooh, and a shout out to ShoWTimE. And with that, we have concluded the mid-season playoffs. Again, this tournament has been running since April of this year, so it's been a couple of months. Of course, it was a little bit delayed because of EWC, true, because of the Esports World Cup, and because of not just EWC but DreamHack and Star Zagora and all these tournaments running at around the same time. This event was a little bit delayed, but in the end we have crowned our champion, so congratulations here to ShoWTimE. And looking forward to seeing more of this in the future. For those, I'm sure there's some people tuning in for the first time that are like, what is the OSC mid-season playoffs? OSC, they run online tournaments. They run a lot, and they partner with almost every online tournament out there, with our Open Cups, with Wardy's Open Cups, with the Pigstar Cups, with basically all open tournaments. They do partner with OSC in some way. They all provide OSC points, and the OSC season playoffs are similar to, I would say, they're the online version of the World Championship. The online version where they feature, or it features, all the active online players in the open kind of circuit. And this is a tournament where typically like MaxPax competes in, for example, because it's not offline, right? It's not offline, so it features players like MaxPax, Clem, Cham, Solar, SHIN, Bunny, Bjorn, Cure, all the online tournament active players. There are some players that aren't active in online tournaments, so that's players that are going to be excluded are players like Serral, players like Maru, players like Rainer, right? Those are the three that come to mind. I think those might be the only three, actually. The only three that come to mind that would be excluded from the OSC Championship, just because they don't play in online tournaments. But everyone else that does compete in online events, they all kind of work towards this big championship at the end of the year. The mid-season playoffs is the kind of middle of the year tournaments, the mid-season before December, before the big championship at the end of 2025. So look forward to it. Do look forward to it. And again, for the top two players here for this season to be ShoWTimE and Cham, crazy performances here from our players, and we'll see who's going to be in form coming into the end of year championship. Oh boy, here we go. So with that, congratulations to ShoWTimE, shout out to Cham, and with that, we are wrapping up for the time being. It has been a very intense day. We were live earlier this morning with Maestros of the game, and that will continue as we head on over to our schedule. Bam, here we go. As you can see here, we just wrapped up with our Friday midday cast at 12 p.m. KST. That was 1 p.m. AST. You can see Friday we just wrapped up with our OSC cast. You can see that later on tonight, it isn't showing on Friday. Saturday morning, 2 a.m. KST, we are live with Maestros of the Game, Group B. With Group B of Maestros of the Game, that is going to be featuring, I think we already casted Rainer Serral, that's it. Going to be featuring Serral alongside, hold on, I have the page open. I I can just show you. True. Hold on. Bam. This is tonight's broadcast. You can see here it's going to be in 9 hours. In 9 hours time, we're going to be live with Group B of Maestros of the Game. This is going to be featuring Cyril, Björn, Xian, and Ryung. Oh boy. So we got some Terran representation, a little bit of Zerg, a little bit of Protoss as well. So Cyril, Ryung, Björn, and Xian. It's going to be an insane group. Group A already concluded. We casted that this morning. We casted it live, of course. That was at 3 a.m. this morning. And 3 a.m. tomorrow morning, which again is in 9 hours. That is Group B. That is Group B. So do check it out if you're available. Should be a decent time for Europe and for the Americas. It's an awful time if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, if you're in Australia, Southeast Asia, rest of Asia as well, Oceania. It's yeah, it's not good. But we cast everything anyway. We cast more StarCraft than any other channel out there, so we got to cast it all, but we got to cast it all. So again, 9 hours time, Cyril, Björn, Xian, and Ryung. Meanwhile, when it comes to the rest of the group stage, you can see here tomorrow in a day and 9 hours, that's going to be Group C, Solar, Clem, Rogue, and Bunny. And of course, day after that is Group D, Maru, Hero, ShoWTimE, and Lambo. So we have some crazy groups here. Again, when it comes to Group A, already did conclude. If you want to check out the VODs are over on YouTube, YouTube in the chat. We'll give you a link to our YouTube channel. VODs are no longer supported on Twitch, so if you want some VOD action, YouTube is the place to be. So check it out over on YouTube. But again, that is going to be our next cast here tonight. Otherwise, again, congratulations to ShoWTimE. You can see here ShoWTimE coming out in first place alongside El Chamaco second, Bunny third, and SHIN as fourth place. So again, a very intense tournament. I think we still have to give out the random reward. I think Eddie's going to be handling that side of things, and look forward to more OSC events. As you can see here, ShoWTimE also qualifies for a higher seed in the OSC championship at the end of the year. True. Does qualify for a higher seed. Great lineup, for sure. Great lineup for Maestros. And again, so that's going to be in 9 hours. We also have Ducklings open tomorrow, and we have 4 days straight of Maestros of the Game. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 4 days straight of group stage of Maestros of the Game. Again, that is a big event happening in France, a big offline event happening in France, but the group stage is the online portion of that tournament. But with that, thanks for watching. Thank you for the support. We do appreciate it. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I slept 4 hours today. I slept 4 hours. I'm gonna go get some food, I'm gonna go get some sleep, and get ready for the cast later on tonight. So thank you so much for watching, thanks so much for tuning in. If you want to support us, you can follow us: Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, Discord, Twitter, YouTube, wherever you prefer. We're live all over the place, all things CranKy Ducklings. Likewise, you can also check us out on Patreon. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments. We actually just made a big announcement last night during the podcast. We got a massive donation a couple of days ago, massive donation of 2,000 USD, and we are putting all that money into some tournaments. Our regular weekly tournaments is Sparkling Tuna Cup, but with that $2,000, we're going to be hosting 4 monthly tournaments, 500 USD for each monthly. So Tuna Cup is now going to have a monthly finals for September, October, November, and December. So for the next 4 months of this year, we have monthly finals. We have a big prize pool for that as well, and we're going to be starting that up at the end of this month, or here in September. So thank you so much for the support that we've gotten, and if you want to support our tournaments like Sparkling Tuna Cup and make this monthly events more of a regular thing instead of just this year, then you can help us out on Patreon. Patreon does fund our tournaments, does provide for the prize pool of those events. So you can check us out on Patreon. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching, thanks so much for the support, and we will see you guys tonight, tomorrow, whenever. Well, I'm sure we'll see you at some point. We're live all the time. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.